Chapter 2046. You're overestimating yourself. Ling Xiao sneered. His terrifying soul power enveloped the golden light and extracted it from Feng Mingxiao's soul realm, quickly refining it. Compared to the divine light of heaven's mandate, it's too weak. This should be the divine will of a human immortal from the immortal court. It's too weak compared to a king of sovereigns. Ling Xiao stepped back and looked at Feng Mingxiao calmly. How do you feel? Actually, there was no need to ask. Everyone could see the result. Feng Mingxiao's originally cold eyes were now filled with emotions. This was the most direct difference. After being controlled by the divine light, Feng Mingxiao was basically an emotionless machine. She was only loyal to her family. To put it bluntly, she was also a victim. This is really a miracle. Feng Mingxiao stared at Ling Xiao, dumbfounded. She never dreamed that she would be able to return to her original self one day. Deep in her heart, she was already tired of fighting for her family and going against her conscience. It was also because of this that she chose to become a death sworn. She wanted to die here and end everything. However, a miracle happened. Not only did she not die, but she also recovered. Feng Mingxiao thanks your majesty. She knelt on the ground and thanked him sincerely. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, her daughter Feng Minglian might have followed her path. That would be a tragedy. She might have even killed the person she loved the most, and her daughter. It would be a pain that would haunt her for the rest of her life. No need to thank me. Lian is now cultivating in the Nine Heaven Palace and is very safe. Are the people of the Sky Sea Alliance preparing to escape? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. They're preparing a teleportation array, but it'll take at least half an hour before they send us out. Unfortunately, they probably didn't expect your majesty to be so powerful. Feng Mingxiao replied. Good. Take us to the Sky Sea Alliance's lair. It's time to get rid of this source of trouble. Ling Xiao said, No problem. Feng Mingxiao thanked Ling Xiao for rescuing her from the cage of the divine light. She hated those who used her bitterly. Now, she wanted revenge. In the Sky Sea Alliance, a teleportation array was being set up. In the past, the members of the Sky Sea Alliance had always felt that they were too smart to have chosen this place as their base. There was nothing more exciting than wreaking havoc under the enemy's nose. But now, they were filled with regret. This place was too close to the palace. If Ling Xiao wanted to rush over, it would be a matter of time. Even the Yinyang realm experts prepared to flee swiftly. The strength that Ling Xiao had displayed during the White Tiger Storm gathering was simply too shocking. They knew that they were definitely no match for him. Hurry up! Hurry up! All kinds of voices were shouting anxiously. These people couldn't wait to leave, because if they didn't leave now, they wouldn't have another chance. Boom! At this moment, the ground caved in and huge rocks fell. Many warriors were buried alive. Before they could even stand up from the ruins, they had already been killed by several figures that darted in. They were the divine Phoenix Guards of the Divine Phoenix Army. They could deal with these Grotto Heaven Realm and low-level Yinyang Realm warriors. After wreaking havoc in my heavenly empire for so long, aren't you dreaming if you want to leave now? A cold and sinister voice came from above. Everyone looked up in horror. There was a young and terrifying figure there. The youth that they had once looked down on had now grown into the target of their fear. The current Ling Xiao was absolutely invincible in the Dragon Phoenix continent. No one was a match for him. Here, he could kill whoever he wanted to kill and destroy whoever he wanted to destroy. Now that he had discovered the Sky Sea Alliance, it was destined to be destroyed. Now that the teleportation array had been destroyed, they couldn't escape. Moreover, Ling Xiao would never accept their surrender. Spies were different from soldiers. Ling Xiao could accept the surrender of soldiers and civilians, but he wouldn't let a spy go, except for special circumstances like Feng Mingxiao. Kill without mercy. This was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. He wanted everyone to know that this was the outcome of those who dared to cause trouble in his heavenly empire. Let's go all out. Suddenly, a figure leaped up and charged at Ling Xiao. This person was actually an elder of the Sky-Sea Sacred Court. Back then, Ling Xiao was nothing in his eyes. If not for the Moon Maiden, he would have killed Ling Xiao long ago. But now, Ling Xiao no longer had the Moon Maiden by his side, but he had developed an intense fear of Ling Xiao. He was very unconvinced. He didn't want to sit and wait for death, so he attacked. However, his actions were met with a casual strike from Ling Xiao. It was as easy as swatting a mosquito. The result of resisting is dying without a complete corpse. Ling Xiao coldly said, I really want to kill all of you because I hate people like you the most. So don't test my patience. The result of being impulsive might be that all of you will die without a complete corpse. Who is the Alliance, Lord of the Sky-Sea Alliance? Now, whoever tells me first, I can spare his life. It's him. As soon as Ling Xiao spoke, someone stood up and pointed at a black-clothed man in the crowd. The mighty Alliance, Lord of the Sky-Sea Alliance. Do you think you'll be fine just by hiding in the crowd? Have some backbone. Take off that black cloth, and let me see who you are. Ling Xiao looked at the black-clothed man and jeered. The man slowly took off his black cloth. Perhaps he really knew that there was no hope. Rather than die an ignoble death, he might as well die with a bang. It's actually him. Feng Mingxiao said in shock. Who is he? Ling Xiao asked. This is the expert behind the Righteous Alliance. His status is even higher than the Righteous Alliance lords. Even those old bastards of the Divine Phoenix race have to listen to him. Feng Mingxiao replied. So it was you who ordered so many people to target me? To tell the truth, in the past, I really did find you very troublesome. At the time, you might have thought that I was just a puny ant that you could get rid of. But now, have you ever regretted making an enemy out of an ant like me? Although Ling Xiao had never met this person, he knew what this person had done. This person controlled all the decisions of the Divine Phoenix Empire from behind the scenes, and all those operations against Ling Xiao had been tacitly approved or approved by this person. At this moment, the four people behind him took off their black veils and revealed their true faces. Phoenix cried Songshan. Phoenix cried Tushan. Phoenix cried Tushan. Phoenix cried Lianshan. These four people were actually the four sons of the Divine Phoenix Emperor. The Divine Phoenix Emperor had 10 sons, and Ling Xiao had already killed the first, second, 9th, and 10th sons. He had even crippled the 8th son. Now, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th sons had all appeared. Chapter 2047. Why bother? The grudge between me and Emperor Divine Phoenix could be considered settled long ago. If you were no longer my enemy, I could have let you go. But now, you insist on dealing with me. You want to die? Ling Xiao looked at the four and said, the grudge of killing one's father is absolutely irreconcilable. The four of them said in unison, Good, you're right. Then I'll have you accompany your father in the underworld and fulfill your filial piety. Ling Xiao did not waste any more words. With a flick of his hand, foreshadow alls shot out, and the four figures fell to the ground, dead. Ling Xiao could be merciful and let these people go. But these people did not know how to cherish it. If he could let them go once, he would not let them go a second time. After all, he did not want his friends and family to be assassinated while he was gone. He could not be merciful to enemies like this. You devil! The Righteous Alliance elder said, his voice trembling. Devil, can you not be so hypocritical? When you kill others, why don't you think that you're a devil? Back then, I was just a Heaven Realm martial artist, but you insisted on killing me. And all those soldiers of Northern Desert City were abandoned by you, weren't they? Those were the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Did you think that you were a devil? What are you pretending to be righteous for? Disgusting. Ling Xiao scornfully rebuked. The elder was filled with regret. In truth, if he had known that Ling Xiao would reach his current level of accomplishments, he would have supported Ling Xiao even if he had to abandon Emperor Divine Phoenix. At the very least, he would have never tried to kill Ling Xiao, which would have resulted in the enmity between him and Ling Xiao. This was truly a case of a single thought between heaven and hell. A casual thought back then had led to today's tragic scene. He truly felt somewhat helpless and sorrowful, but he truly deserved it. Enough nonsense. This old man knows that he is no match for you, but I still have to try. The old man looked at Ling Xiao and let out a long sigh. Since he had already made a mistake, there was no point in thinking about it. In the end, he could only die a more heroic death. Whoosh! His fighting spirit soared into the sky, and a white ghost-like thing appeared behind the old man. It floated behind him, emitting an evil and terrifying aura. This should be the old man's martial spirit, the specter martial spirit. The ghost martial spirit is a special type of martial spirit. It has many unexpected special abilities. When the others saw this martial spirit, they felt a chill run down their spines. However, Ling Xiao's expression did not change at all. Regardless of how unique the other party's martial soul was, it would be meaningless if he was far stronger than the other party. Just like how Ling Xiao possessed the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it was impossible for him to defeat a rebirth realm martial artist in a one-on-one battle. This was reality. All right, I'll give you a spectacular death. Ling Xiao brandished the white blade of the holy sword in his hand. A tyrannical and ferocious sword intent bloomed and enveloped the entire space. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but tremble. This sword intent was like a knife, stabbing into everyone's heart. How could they not feel fear? Kill! Ling Xiao said coldly. A terrifying sword chi pierced through the air and attacked the old man. The terrifying sword chi actually tore a deep hole in the void. Fight! The old man roared, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. A long spear flew out from the void and charged towards Ling Xiao's sword chi. It was as fast as a meteor. Crack! In just an instant, the long spear was destroyed by the sword chi. It broke into countless pieces and floated in the sky. The old man frowned and waved his hand. For spatial tears appeared behind him. 4 long swords flew out from the space and shot towards the sword chi in an attempt to stop it. Interesting. You clearly possess the Spectre martial spirit, but you seem to have mastered a secret space technique. You can store so many treasures. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and pointed with his left hand. The sword of slaughter floating above his head flew out. In just an instant, the 4 long swords were smashed into pieces. Then, the sword of slaughter pierced through the old man's body and nailed him to the wall. The specter martial soul behind him also let out a blood-curdling scream before it disappeared. Blood flowed down from the wall. The old man looked like he was on his last breath. This scene was strange and cruel. When the warriors of the Sky Sea Alliance saw this, they were first horrified. Then they became angry and determined. Everyone listen to me. Let's fight it out with him. Since we can't survive, we might as well die bravely. Someone shouted. Dozens of warriors of the Sky Sea Alliance rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao didn't even move. Just as the dozens of people rose into the air, dozens of black shadows emerged from the void and pierced their throats. They were like corpses hanging from a book. They were all horrified. They fought so hard, but they didn't even have a chance to get close to Ling Xiao. The difference in strength was so huge. "Your Majesty, let me kill that person." A soldier stepped out from the Divine Phoenix Guard and walked towards Ling Xiao. "I have an irreconcilable enmity with this person. I beg for your Majesty's permission." However, Ling Xiao only glanced at him and suddenly slapped him with his palm. A white light shot out from the Divine Phoenix Guard's body and fled into the crowd. What a sinister martial spirit! After losing its host, it can actually possess someone else. But do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao smiled coldly and tossed the unconscious Divine Phoenix Guard to someone else. Then he waved his hand. A ball of black light appeared in his hand and quickly formed a terrifying black hole. 12 Shadow Esoteric Meanings. Dark Prison. As the dark prison formed, the specter was instantly sucked in. It turned into Ling Xiao's soul power. Ling Xiao disintegrated martial spirits that he didn't need and turned them into his own soul power. This was the only way his soul power could become stronger. "Senior brother, I'll leave the rest to the Divine Phoenix Guard. I don't need anyone alive." After Ling Xiao killed the old man, there were no more warriors in the Sky-Sea Alliance that could threaten the Divine Phoenix Guard. This matter could be easily resolved if he left it to them. Ling Xiao still had to study the Sea Tribe. After dealing with the Sky-Sea Alliance, it was time to deal with the Sea Tribe. He had to deal with things one by one. His enemies also had to be dealt with in order. After dealing with the internal problems, it would be time for Ling Xiao to fight the Silver Fox Empire. Originally, he had planned to wait for a period of time until his cultivation had advanced to the Rebirth Realm before he went to conquer the White Tiger continent. However, the Silver Fox Empire's attack forced him to bring forward his plan. It didn't matter. Chapter 2048. The battle was still going on in Divine Phoenix City. Ling Xiao had just returned to the Imperial Palace and was planning to catch up with a few close friends before discussing how to deal with the Sea Race and the Silver Fox Empire. Xie Li, Feng Ming, Piao Shui, Lan Yu, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, Ling Luo, Hai Miangkeo, and so on. These were all his friends who resided in Divine Phoenix City. Xie Li's cultivation was the most terrifying. She was already at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Even so, her cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's in the past. But now, she was completely surpassed by Ling Xiao. It was quite sad. The friends gathered and ate delicious food while talking about what had happened to them these days. At this moment, a war beast suddenly collapsed outside the city gate. The soldier on the war beast was covered in blood. He was obviously seriously injured. The soldiers guarding the city hurried over to help him up and asked about the situation. "It's urgent." The seriously injured soldier grabbed the soldiers guarding the city and said these words. Then, as if he had relaxed, his head tilted, and he fainted. The soldiers guarding the city reported this to their superiors. Their superiors knew that the situation was urgent. They ordered people to bring the fainted soldier to the Imperial Palace with the urgent military report. The report quickly reached the Imperial Palace. Ling Xiao stood up abruptly and apologized. With a flash of his figure, he dashed out. Under normal circumstances, urgent military reports would only be sent if there was a great crisis at the border. The others followed him out. Yaoling, I'll have to trouble you too. Give him the best treatment. You must keep him alive." These two were now working in the Imperial Hospital of the Celestial Empire, so Ling Xiao naturally believed in their medical skills. Understood. Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, and Lan Yu hurried to save him. Ling Xiao took out the military report and read it. The Silver Fox Empire and the Tianhai Empire suddenly attacked Black Crow City together with the Sea Race. Black Crow City is now in danger. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers are in danger. Please send reinforcements. Black Crow City's city lord, Border General Shangguanhong. Ling Xiao read out the military report. What? Upon hearing the battle report, Qin Hu immediately grew anxious. His cultivation had yet to recover. However, it should be known that he was one of the generals in charge of guarding Black Crow City, subordinate to Shang Guanhong. Qin Hua, your injuries have not healed completely. Don't worry. Ling Xiao lowered his head, thinking about the reason for the sudden outbreak of this war. Clearly, his return to the Heavenly Dynasty Empire was the fuse. The other party could not wait any longer. Not only had the Silver Fox Empire joined forces with the Sea Race, but even the Tianhai Empire had joined in. Black Raven City had become a dangerous trap. These people wanted him to go there. If he didn't go, he would be breaking his promise to the people of the Empire. How could he still be the Celestial Arch? He was simply a coward. In the future, within the Celestial Empire, there would probably be no martial artists who would believe the bold words he had once said. If he went, it would be a trap, and he might not be able to save Shangguanhong and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Black Raven City. Even he might die there. How should he choose? Ling Xiao abruptly looked in the direction of Black Raven City. Xie, listen to my order. I order you to guard Divine Phoenix City and assist Wu Xiang. You must not rashly mobilize the army of Divine Phoenix City. Ling Xiao said loudly. This subordinate obeys. Xie Li understood that Ling Xiao was worried that this was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. If Divine Phoenix City was not heavily guarded, the other party was likely to come here. All of you stay here and perform your duties. Brother Fan, let's go to Black Raven City. Do you dare to come with me? Ling Xiao did not want to mobilize any other forces because he was almost certain that this was a conspiracy. If he mobilized the army of other places, the Sea Race would take advantage of this opportunity to invade. Therefore, he did not plan to bring many people to Black Raven City this time. Only Fan Ruahai was enough. What's there to be afraid of? You gave me my life. Fan Ruahai smiled. Just now, I heard that the Tianhai Empire also participated in this battle. This time, I'll have a good fight. I'll kill a few Tianhai bastards to avenge my brother. Good brother. Ling Xiao, did not misjudge you. The friendship between Ling Xiao and Fan Ruahai grew from nothing to something. After numerous battles of life and death, they gradually became friends who would die for each other. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. The two of you will have to face thousands of soldiers and horses. There may be powerful enemies waiting to ambush you. I'm afraid this trip will be extremely dangerous. Xie hurriedly said, There's no need to discuss this matter. Hundreds of thousands of lives in Black Raven City are waiting for us to save. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I must go. Shang Guanhong is my good brother, and those soldiers at the border are also fighting for me, Ling Xiao. How can I abandon them? Ling Xiao waved his hand. When Wu Xiang comes back, tell him not to act rashly. Guard Divine Phoenix City well, and pay close attention to the nearby movements. Tell him that this is an order, and there's no room for discussion. After saying this, Ling Xiao immediately broke through the air and flew away. Fan Ruahai followed closely behind. The two of them did not even want the airship. Although the airship could conserve internal energy, how could it possibly be faster than the two of them? The two life seizers didn't care if it was day or night, and as they flew along, they caught sight of another messenger. Without any hesitation, they intercepted the messenger. Your Majesty. The messenger was also covered with wounds, clearly having been pulled out of a slaughterhouse. What's the situation? Ling Xiao asked. The enemy is too strong. We fought with everything we had, but we still suffered heavy losses. The messenger gripped Ling Xiao's legs tightly. General Xian tried to assassinate an enemy commander in the middle of the night, but was captured and killed. General Meng Tong went to rescue General Xian and died with honor. Hundreds of other brave soldiers died with him. That said, their deaths weren't in vain. Before General Xian and General Meng Tong died, they set fire to the enemy encampment, which put a stop to the enemy's advance. I'm guessing they'll be able to buy us a day or two. They were all very brave. Even in death, they didn't surrender to the enemy. Good men. Although it was an honor, Ling Xiao felt pain in his heart when he heard it, a heart-wrenching pain. He had rescued Meng Tong and Xian from Pipa Island, and from that moment on, they had been comrades in life and death. They had participated in a series of battles, including the destruction of the new True Devil Empire, the defeat of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and the Black Crow Empire. They had outstanding military service and were loyal and devoted to Ling Xiao. Most importantly, they were very special friends to Ling Xiao. They were people who had stuck by his side when he was in trouble. Although their cultivation bases could not keep up with the geniuses and rising stars of the younger generation, they were still cautious and conscientious in the service of the empire. They were guarding the border for Ling Xiao. Chapter 2049. Ling Xiao had once asked Meng Tong and Xian if they wanted to find something safe and relaxing to do so that they could live more comfortably, but both of them had refused. They liked the feeling of fighting on the battlefield and guarding the borders for Ling Xiao. They said that if everyone wanted to live a comfortable life, who would be willing to guard the borders? It was precisely because they were Ling Xiao's friends that they were more willing to do so. Their voices were still echoing in Ling Xiao's ears, as if it were yesterday. Have their bodies been recovered? At this moment, Ling Xiao appeared very calm. So calm that it was frightening. Fan Ruohai understood that Ling Xiao's anger had reached its limit, and the intense anger was suppressed in his heart. The moment they arrived at Black Raven City, Ling Xiao's anger would completely erupt. Hateful. The two generals' bodies were hung in front of the two armies, exposed to the scorching sun. They were eaten by the Black Crows. It was simply too horrible to look at. They declared that the martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire were all trash, unable to even take back the two generals' bodies. The soldiers wanted to kill their way out of the city. At worst, they would die in battle, but they couldn't bear it. However, City Lord Shangguan stopped them. The messenger said again, "You did the right thing. Shangguan Hong did the right thing." Ling Xiao gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Blood flowed out from the gaps between his teeth and dripped onto the ground. He felt as if his heart was being stabbed. He swore that he would let the Sea Race, the Silver Fox Empire, and the Tianhai Empire taste pain 1,000 times worse than this. He wants the Tianhai Empire and the Silver Fox Empire to be completely wiped out. Find a place to rest. There's no need to send a message back. Brother Fan, let's go. Ling Xiao looked at the sky and broke through it, his speed even faster than before. The air was filled with dense killing intent. Fan Ruohai followed closely behind. He knew that the enemy's goal was very simple. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. He also knew that Ling Xiao was well aware of this, but he set off without hesitation. This was the responsibility of an emperor. It was the duty of a loyal friend. There was nothing wrong with becoming friends with Ling Xiao. Perhaps one day, when I'm in trouble, I won't be afraid that no one will avenge me. Fan Ruohai smiled. He was even more determined to join forces with Ling Xiao. Outside Black Raven City, corpses were everywhere. There were the corpses of the Allied forces, as well as the corpses of the Heavenly Empire's soldiers. Two of the corpses were hung high in the air about a mile away from Black Raven City. Everyone could see them clearly. The corpse was already in tatters, narrating the pain and torture it had suffered. In Black Raven City, not a single soldier was in good condition. Everyone was injured. In order to protect the city and prevent the Allied army from invading and harming the tens of millions of civilians behind the city walls, Black Raven City had to be protected. They were all doing their best. None of them were cowards. The original 200,000 soldiers, plus the 300,000 reinforcements from the nearby cities. Out of a total of 500,000 soldiers, only about 100,000 remained. But they still refused to back down. More of the enemy had died. So they thought that even if they died now, it would be worth it. Relying on the breathing time bought by Xian and Mengyong's life, the soldiers were working hard to repair the city walls, preparing for the final battle. On the city wall, Shangguan Hong's head was wrapped in a white cloth, but it was already dyed red by the blood that seeped out. His armor was broken in many places, and there were hundreds of terrible wounds on his body. An ordinary person would have been dead by now. But Shangguan Hong was not dead. On the contrary, he was still using his last breath to command the battle. The longer he could hold on, the more hope he had. Beside him was a female general dressed in a bright red battle robe. It was unknown whether it was originally red or dyed red by blood. Surprisingly, there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with determination. She was Shangguan Hong's junior sister. It was Ling Xiao who had rescued her from the enchanted island of the sacred dynasty. Since then, she had been by Shangguan Hong's side. Wherever Shangguan Hong went, she would follow. She had never complained about it. On the other side was another female general. She used to live in this black desert and was also rescued by Ling Xiao. Since then, she had changed her name and called herself Ling Sha. Ling wanted to remember her benefactor, Ling Xiao. Sha wanted to remember that she lived here. Ling Sha's injuries were not lighter than Shangguan Hong's, but the stubborn woman refused to back down. The three of them looked at the two tortured corpses in the distance, their hearts full of anger. City Lord, since we can't hold on anymore, why don't we just kill our way out? No matter what, we can't let the corpses of the two generals continue to be humiliated. Ling Sha's temper was more violent, so even if she understood Shangguan Hong's thoughts, she still could not stand her own people being tortured like this. Senior brother, let's kill our way out and fight those sons of bitches. Shangguan Hong's junior sister also said, since she came to Black Raven City, Meng Tong and Xian had taken good care of her. How could she bear to see these two generals hung on the high flagpoles and exposed to the scorching sun all day long, eaten by the black crows? What's there to be afraid of? We're not afraid. City Lord, please make up your mind. We don't want to be cowards. Even if we die in battle, we won't compromise like this. Kill our way out. General, kill. The nearby soldiers were all shouting loudly. Everyone's eyes seemed to be filled with blood. Shangguan Hong looked ahead indifferently. When everyone's emotions calmed down, he said indifferently, if you have this strength, why don't you think about how to deal with the enemy's next attack? Isn't it easy to die? Even if you die, you should die with value. But City Lord, are you just going to ignore the two generals like this? Shut up. Shangguan Hong looked coldly at the person who spoke and said, don't you understand my words? Whoever dares to disobey the military order, I'll let him die now, as long as you don't think it's useless to die like this. Although he was very young, he had never dared to slack off since Ling Xiao gave him the responsibility of guarding Black Raven City. From the beginning, everyone was dissatisfied. Until now, every order was strictly enforced. He had spent a long time working hard. Here, everyone knew his temper. If he said to kill, then he would definitely kill. He would never be soft-hearted. Although the soldiers were not afraid of death, it was too useless to die in the hands of their own people. They would rather die on the battlefield. Pass down the order. Hurry up and repair the city wall. Organize the supplies. Later, you will have a chance to fight. Even if you don't want to, you can escape." Seeing that everyone was silent, Shang Guanhong immediately issued a second order. Yes, the soldiers who received the order continued to busy themselves with the work at hand. However, at this time, people suddenly saw a figure rushing in the direction of the flagpole. "It's a civilian warrior," Ling Sha shouted in surprise. "Come back." Shang Guanhong was anxious. He could obey orders in the army, but he really couldn't control these civilian warriors. There was no way to control them. Chapter 2050. These civilian warriors were well taken care of by the army, especially Meng Tong and Xan, who often helped them deal with bandits and gave them a lot of cultivation resources. They were highly respected among the people. These civilian warriors thought that the army was a bunch of cowards, so they wanted to take the bodies of the two generals themselves. After the first figure rushed out, 4 or 5 more figures followed. They had taken a detour from the side of Black Raven City in order to obtain the 2 corpses of the 2 generals. "Quick, open the city gates and stop them." Shang Guanhong was anxious. "It's too late." Ling Sha sighed. The moment the 6 people approached the flagpole, they were all killed by the terrifying sword Qi released by the opposite side. When he died, he didn't even leave behind a complete corpse. The black crows landed on their corpses and began to feast happily on them. Shang Guanhong's heart was bleeding. All the soldiers' hearts were bleeding, although they knew that this was a battlefield, a war, and it was so cruel. But when faced with this scene, they still couldn't control their emotions. They were filled with grief and indignation. Rumble! Suddenly, the earth shook. The sky seemed to be shaking with it. The terrible sound of war drums resounded through the sky like thunder. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. The black mass of the army was about to attack again. Hurry up and recover. Today, I, Shang Guanhong, am willing to fight to the death with all of you in Black Raven City. I will never retreat. Who dares to stand with me? Me. The furious roar that soared into the sky represented the will of all the soldiers. At this moment, no one flinched, even though they were afraid. Their anger had drowned out their fear. Their only thought now was to die in Black Raven City. They would never drag out an ignoble existence. "Good job, all of you. Get ready to fight." Shang Guanhong's blood-soaked appearance seemed to be even more handsome and tall than before. This caused the eyes of his junior sister, who was standing at the side, to sparkle a lot more. "Ling Sha, when the battle starts, you leave here," Shang Guanhong suddenly said to Ling Sha on the other side. "Why?" Ling Sha was puzzled. "Someone has to stay and tell His Majesty the situation here. Even if His Majesty wants to avenge us, he has to know who is attacking Black Raven City and who is against us." Shang Guanhong's reason was very good. "I'm not leaving. If you want to leave, let your junior sister go. She's not as strong as me. I'll be of greater help if I stay." Ling Sha shook her head. Although Shang Guanhong's reason didn't sound wrong, she couldn't be a deserter. "I'm not leaving either. I want to be with senior brother. Be it in life or in death, we'll be together." Shang Guanhong's junior sister also shook her head resolutely. "Ling Sha, I'm not discussing this with you. This is an order. Do you want to disobey a military order?" Shang Guanhong said angrily, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If you don't leave later, I'll kill you first." With that, he no longer looked at Ling Sha. Instead, he looked at the approaching army in the distance. There was no chance of survival in this battle. He really wanted to leave someone behind to tell Ling Xiao about the bravery of these soldiers. And Ling Sha was someone that Ling Xiao had saved. She was someone that Ling Xiao was familiar with. She was the most suitable person to go. A sound like muffled thunder rolled across the earth. The black mass of soldiers numbered more than 1,000,000. There were also many terrifying war beasts among them. These war beasts were all above the Yin-Yang realm. This was definitely a terrifying force that couldn't be ignored. They trampled on the battlefield, trampling the corpses on the battlefield. On the city wall, the soldiers of Black Raven City gritted their teeth and waited. 100,000 against 1,000,000. The difference in numbers was too great. Moreover, the enemy had many experts. They could only rely on Black Raven City's array to fight against the enemy. If they left the city, there would only be one result. They would all be wiped out. Attack when the enemy is close. Without my order, no one is allowed to take the initiative to attack. Shang Guanhong knew very well that they didn't have many resources left. The array could only sustain less than 20 attacks. They were also seriously short of arrows. The soldiers had also used up a lot of their internal strength. Therefore, the current situation was really troublesome. If they couldn't make use of the situation appropriately, they would really have to wait for death. Standing on the city wall, Shang Guanhong looked at the black mass of soldiers in the distance and let out a long sigh. Ling Xiao, my good brother, I, Shang Guanhong, have let you down. I couldn't protect your brother and the city you gave me, but don't worry. Even if the city falls, I won't retreat. I will fight to the death here. A cold gaze shone from his eyes. He took a bow and arrow and knocked an arrow. Once the arrow was fired, the battle would begin. He was waiting for an opportunity. The enemy was getting closer and closer. He could already make out their faces. The allied army of the Sea Race, the Silver Fox Empire, and the Tianhai Empire. What a massive lineup! Kill! Shang Guanhong suddenly roared. The arrow in his hand flew through the air and exploded in the middle of the enemy formation. Tensome soldiers were instantly pulverized. Kill! 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 Black Raven City was filled with war cries. The soldiers roared as countless arrows, sword chi, and saber chi flew through the air. As long as it was a long-range attack, they would use it. At the same time, Black Raven City's spell formation was in full swing, reaping the lives of its enemies. Originally, the Allied army had more than 3,000,000 soldiers, while Black Raven City had more than 500,000. But now, the Allied army had lost nearly 2,000,000 soldiers, while Black Raven City had lost roughly 400,000. The reason for such a massive loss was because of the terrifying spell formation. Ling Xiao had personally designed the spell formation, and it had been modified by the top spell formation experts of the Ministry of Works. It was so powerful that it could even kill Yin-Yang realm experts. Without it, Shang Guanhong and his men would never have been able to defend Black Raven City. Don't be afraid, Shang Guanhong said. Their spell formation can't be unlimited. Kill them. Kill them all. The commander of the Allied army was a general from the Silver Fox Empire. She was a female general named Qingqiu Lian. Qingqiu Lian was in the 15th stage of life-seizing. Next to her were two subordinates. One was a 5th stage life-seizing general from the Sea Folk. The other was a 6th stage life-seizing general from the Tianhai Empire. In addition to them, Qin Yu, Xian Yi, and over 100 other life-seizers had recently joined the army. Although Black Raven City's spell formation could kill Yin-Yang realm experts, it couldn't do anything to an expert like Qin Yu. Qin Yu stepped through the air toward the city walls. The black tortoise jewel inside of him unleashed terrifying power, causing an ocean to appear behind him. The terrifying waves slammed into the city walls, causing them to tremble. Chapter 2051. Thanks to Qin Yu's relentless assault, the army reached the city gates and began to slam into them. When Shang Guanhong saw what was happening, he knew that he didn't have long to live. There was no sorrow on his face, only determination. Kill. Some of the enemy soldiers had already climbed onto the city walls and were beginning to engage in close combat. Qin Yu didn't join the fight. He was waiting for Ling Xiao to arrive. This was the perfect opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, and he didn't want to let it go. He had to be in top condition. That said, even if Qin Yu didn't attack, the life seizers at his side were just as terrifying. A dozen or so figures shot through the air, like birds toward the city gates. They didn't use scaling ladders, but instead flew up into the air toward the city walls. Life seizers were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the Heavenly Dynasty. After all, before Ling Xiao had taken first place in the White Tiger meet and broken through to the life-seizing level, the magical laws of the Dragon Phoenix continent only permitted cultivators in the 18th level of Yin-Yang. Now that Ling Xiao had broken through to the life-seizing level, the magical laws of the Dragon Phoenix continent had improved as well. However, that was too short a time, which was very disadvantageous for the Dragon Phoenix continent. Once the White Tiger continent arrived, as long as they were below the rebirth level, they wouldn't need to suffer any losses. Perhaps that was one of the reasons why the Allied forces had suddenly launched a large-scale attack. Ha ha ha! Die! Maniacal laughter rang out from the city walls as one of the life seizers unleashed a palm strike that instantly killed 4 soldiers. The soldiers were only in the Grotto Heaven realm and were only in the Deva realm. Even if they were in the Yin-Yang realm, they wouldn't have any advantage over life seizers. In front of them, the only path left for them was death. Ha 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 ha! Die! 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 Maniacal laughter rang out as the life seizers reaped the lives of the soldiers. Killing people was as easy as slaughtering chickens. The sight of it caused Shang Guanhong's heart to ache. He raised his sword, and the rainbow martial soul appeared behind him. Shang Guanhong knew that he wasn't a match for his enemies, but he couldn't just stand by and watch his subordinates die. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang stage. Although he hadn't followed Ling Xiao to the White Tiger storm meet, he hadn't stopped his own cultivation either. Kill! Shang Guanhong stabbed out with her sword, sending out a stream of cold sword energy and killing intent. In the blink of an eye, she stabbed into one of the first stage life seizers. That person was crazily slaughtering and did not pay attention to the attacks around him, because he didn't believe that anyone here could hurt him. But Shang Guanhong did it. He had used all his strength to injure the other party. Damn it! You're the governor of Black Raven City, aren't you? Fine, I'll take your head and make a great contribution. The first stage life sizer looked down at the wounds on his body, but didn't seem to care at all. Although he was injured, his life was not in danger. He wanted Shang Guanhong to pay the price. Protect the city lord. Someone shouted, and a dozen soldiers appeared in front of Shang Guanhong at the same time. They were Shang Guanhong's personal guards, and their mission was to protect him from death. A bunch of trash. You think you can stop me? The life sizer laughed disdainfully, then struck out with both palms. The dozen or so soldiers died instantly. The only thing their deaths could do was prolong Shang Guanhong's life. Ha 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 ha! The first stage life sizer laughed maniacally. He loved the feeling of slaughter. However, when the dozen or so corpses fell to the ground, Shang Guanhong was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but stare in shock. Then he felt a sharp pain in his neck as a sword stabbed into it. I won't let my soldiers die. For nothing. Shang Guanhong's cold voice rang out in the first stage life sizer's ears. The life sizer was basically an Yin-Yang stage cultivator. Because of that, there was no fundamental difference between an Yin-Yang stage cultivator and an Yin-Yang stage cultivator. The only difference was that their internal energy was stronger and their bodies were tougher. Even a first-stage Yin-Yang stage cultivator would be able to kill them as long as they had a weak point. Shang Guanhong took advantage of the opponent's weakness and launched a fatal blow when the opponent underestimated her. She stabbed the sharp blade into the opponent's throat. Screw off! With his throat pierced, the first-stage life-sizer's life force began to drain away, but he didn't die immediately. He punched out at Shang Guanhong. However, Shang Guanhong suddenly pulled out his sword and retreated. As soon as the sword was drawn, blood spurted out of the life-sizer's throat about a meter into the air. And yet he didn't die, and instead struggled to his feet. It was at this point that the nearby soldiers charged forward, and a dozen or so of them slashed at him with their swords and sabers. A first-stage life-sizer was being cut to pieces by a group of Grotto Heaven and Deva Realm cultivators. This was a battlefield. It was completely different from a battle between martial artists. Even if one was a powerhouse, the slightest carelessness could result in an extremely aggrieved death. How dare you kill someone from the Black Tortoise Temple? You must be tired of living. Off in the distance, another life-sizer looked over at Shang Guanhong, his eyes burning with the desire to kill. You're right. Nonsense. We're all going to die, anyway. Killing one is breaking even. Killing two is a profit. Shang Guanhong spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, staring coldly at the cultivator. At this point, Black Raven City could no longer be saved. He was determined to stick to his original plan and live or die with the city. If he could kill a life-sizer right before he died, then he would have made a huge profit. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. The life-sizer charged forward. Shang Guanhong hurriedly raised his sword to block. A terrifying force slammed into him, sending him flying backward. However, Shang Guanhong scrambled to his feet and charged forward again. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying explosion rang out nearby. It attracted everyone's attention. One of Black Raven City's deputy generals had detonated a Thunderbolt fire bullet. The Thunderbolt fire bullet had been improved by the Heavenly Dynasty's Ministry of Works and was terrifyingly powerful. Although it couldn't kill a life-sizer, it was enough to leave him covered in wounds. The rest of the soldiers took advantage of the opportunity to charge forward and hack him to death. Heroic feats like this were repeated over and over again. In the end, they were nothing more than heroic acts on the brink of death. Although they could inspire morale, they didn't affect the outcome of the battle. The bloody battlefield seemed even more desolate than before. Kill that Shang Guanhong. They will collapse without a fight. Someone roared. Unexpectedly, two more life-seizers were charging toward Shang Guanhong. All three of them were life-seizers, and Shang Guanhong couldn't even fight back. The three of them revealed ferocious smiles and attacked from different angles. Chapter 2052. The three life-seizers were closing in on Shang Guanhong, sealing off any path of escape. They were determined to kill Shang Guanhong with this attack. Bring it on. I'll die with you. Shang Guanhong's lips twisted into a cold smile, and his eyes shone with madness and determination. When the three life-seizers were less than a meter away from him, Shang Guanhong ripped open his armor and ignited the fuses for his thunderclap lightning fire bullets. There were dozens of improved thunderclap thunderfire bullets hanging from his body from top to bottom and from his back to his front. Even a life-sizer would be blasted to shreds by such a force. When the three life-seizers saw what was happening, they were shocked. Unfortunately, they were too close to Shang Guanhong and couldn't get out of the way quickly. All they could do was watch as they got closer and closer to Shang Guanhong. The fuses of the thunderclap lightning fire bullets were getting shorter and shorter. Ling Xiao, he cried. Farewell, brother. Shang Guanhong looked up into the sky, his voice filled with grief and indignation. However, it was at this point that a black dot appeared in front of him. It was a black dot, and it was falling toward him at top speed. In the blink of an eye, it was right above his head. At this point, he could clearly see what the black dot looked like. Ling Xiao! Shang Guanhong cried, both shocked and delighted. Brother, I'm here to save you. Don't be in such a hurry to die. Ling Xiao smiled, and then flickered into motion, extinguishing the fuses of the thunderclap lightning fire bullets, and saving Shang Guanhong from the encirclement of the 3 life seizers. Life and death were separated by a hair's breadth. Everyone breathed sighs of relief. Reinforcements are here. His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is here. Wild, excited cries rang out throughout Black Crow City. They had all watched the live broadcast of the White Tiger storm meet and knew that their emperor was incredibly powerful. At the very least, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage against a life-sizer. And now that the emperor was here, he would definitely bring reinforcements. They were saved. Black Crow City was saved. Although they weren't afraid of death, they didn't want to die in such a cowardly manner. Ha ha ha, he's here, he's really here. In the enemy formation, Qin Yu revealed an excited smile. Qing Qiu Lian, in a moment, let's join hands to kill Ling Xiao. We can ignore everything else. As long as we kill Ling Xiao, this heavenly empire will be crippled. Understood. Qing Qiu Lian also knew of Ling Xiao's influence in the Celestial Empire. Although this heavenly emperor usually didn't care about worldly affairs, he was the symbol of the entire Celestial Empire. Why are you here personally? Shang Guanhong looked at Ling Xiao anxiously and asked, Don't you know how dangerous this place is? Wu Xiong is really something. How could he send you to your death? He only knew of Ling Xiao's strength during the White Tiger storm meet, but he did not know how strong Ling Xiao had become after that. Therefore, he was very worried. So what if Ling Xiao came? In the end, he was still going to die in vain. How could I not come when a good brother of mine is in danger? Ling Xiao grabbed Shang Guanhong's hand and helped him up. Then he looked at the 2 corpses on the flagpole in the distance and said, How can I not take revenge when my closest comrades were trampled upon like this? Fine. How many people did you bring? Shang Guanhong looked off into the distance, but didn't see any reinforcements. Including me, 2 people in total. Ling Xiao said coolly, What? Am I crazy, or are you crazy? You only brought 2 people to help? I really don't know what to say to you. Are you here to die? Shang Guanhong howled. Ling Xiao smiled. The fact that he could hear his good brother's howl meant that he wasn't seriously injured. Take care of your elder brother, he said. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao handed Shang Guanhong over to his junior sister, then turned to face the 3 life seizers. 2 were in the first stage of life seizing, and 1 was in the second stage. Shang Guanhong opened his mouth to say something, but then he suddenly realized something. Looking from the back, Ling Xiao's figure seemed to have become even taller than before, but this was not important. What was important was that he could trust the aura of this body. Shang Guanhong swallowed all of the words he wanted to say. Right, he thought. I almost forgot about his personality. He's not the type to do anything impulsive. If he dares to come for revenge, then he must be confident. Shang Guanhong decided to wait and see. If Ling Xiao was really in danger, then he would go all out to save him. Screw off. Ling Xiao stood at the top of the city wall and suddenly roared. The terrifying voice exploded outside the city gate tower like a sudden clap of thunder. The soldiers who had just reached the top of the city walls began to bleed from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Those who weren't dead were knocked unconscious, and some of them fled in terror. The only ones who remained were the 12 life seizers. All of them were looking at Ling Xiao. They knew that he was the source of their courage. If they could kill him, Black Raven City would fall, and the entire heavenly dynasty would be destroyed. Ling Shao stared coldly at the 12 men. The strongest of the group was in the third stage of life seizing, while the rest were either in the first or second stage. If this had been the white tiger meat, Ling Shao would have had a headache dealing with them. But now, these people were not even worth mentioning in his eyes. Today, he would become a devil ghost and devour all of his enemies. His gaze was so cold that the 12 life seizers couldn't help but shiver. All of a sudden, they thought back to how Ling Shao had killed Overseer Rubik's Cube. This kid definitely wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Attack together. One of them said. The 12 of them joined forces to fight back against Ling Xiao's terrifying devil will. Black energy swirled around Ling Xiao, and he radiated intense killing intent. A devil's sword of darkness appeared out of nowhere. The terrifying blade of the sword pulsed with terrifying devil will, causing the 12 men to feel as if they were in hell itself. All of a sudden, they felt as if they were surrounded by sword energy. Everything around them was devilish. It was almost as if they had been locked in place and couldn't move at all. Blood for blood. Die. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. In that instant, boundless aura of darkness surged out from the devil's sword. Terrifying sword energy filled the entire area. Devil's sword of darkness, God's soul extermination. A black gust of wind blew between the heavens and the earth. In the eyes of the 12 people, there was only fear left. They had known that Ling Xiao was terrifying, but now that they were facing him, they realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. This young man was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The wind blew past. The killing intent dissipated. By the time the black smoke faded away, the 12 men had been reduced to a cloud of blood and gore that rained down onto the Allied forces. Countless black crows flew over and began to devour the corpses. This scene was so soul-stirring. It was completely terrifying. Everyone was in complete shock, even the soldiers of Black Raven City. Initially, when they heard that there were only 2 reinforcements, they had despaired. However, at this moment, they realized that there were only 2 reinforcements. Chapter 2053. The power of a single sword strike was enough to shake heaven and earth. Everyone stared in shock at the chunks of flesh and blood falling from the sky. It was almost as if they had forgotten that they were on a cruel battlefield and had forgotten about their injuries. Ling Xiao, what a terrifying young man. He had killed 12 life seizers with a single sword strike. That was more shocking than an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. Just how strong was he? Shangguan Hong looked at Ling Xiao's back, and although he wasn't particularly burly, he was like a shield standing in front of everyone, shielding them from any danger. Everyone in Black Crow City suddenly felt a sense of security. Shangguan Hong shook his head with a wry smile. He had been worried that Ling Xiao had come here to throw his life away, but now it seemed he had been overthinking things. All of a sudden, he thought back to when Ling Xiao had first arrived in the God Phoenix Empire. Back then, he had been nothing more than an insignificant deva. He had been so insignificant that Shangguan Hong hadn't even noticed him. However, not long after, his arm was chopped off by Ling Xiao's sword. Of course, it wasn't an exchange of blows that led to friendship. After that incident, Shangguan Hong and Ling Xiao had become friends. Ling Xiao had healed his severed arm. From that point on, Shangguan Hong had been paying close attention to Ling Xiao's growth, and had been shocked by how quickly he had progressed. Even still, Shangguan Hong could never have imagined that a 17-year-old Ling Xiao would be able to kill 12 life seizers with a single sword strike. It was like a volcano had erupted in Shangguan Hong's heart, and it took him a long time to calm down. The gap between them was growing wider and wider. That said, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven was becoming more and more competent. All soldiers heed my orders. Do not engage in battle without permission. Leave it to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Shang Guanhong gave a very strange order. However, almost everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with this order. The battle was now between Ling Xiao and the allied army, and had nothing to do with them. Rumble! All of a sudden, a massive boom rang out from the enemy camp, and hundreds of soldiers were sent flying into the air. The two corpses on the flagpole were nowhere to be seen. Brother Ling is too much. How could he be the only one in the limelight? Fan Ruahai carried the two corpses back to Black Raven City. Brother Fan, leave today's battle to me. Please help me take care of the people in Black Raven City. I will repay you in the future. Ling Xiao glanced at Meng Tong and Xian's corpses. Their faces were already unrecognizable, but because they were too familiar, he knew that these two were his good comrades, good brothers. His voice was as cold as the Nine, Hell's cold spring. His heart was bleeding. All right. Fan Ruahai knew that Ling Xiao needed to vent. If he didn't, he would suffocate to death. Therefore, he nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao took out a large number of healing pills from his storage ring and gave them to Ling Sha, saying, "Give them to the warriors who are seriously injured first. I don't want any more soldiers to die in Black Raven City." Yes, Ling Sha nodded. Even now, she still doubted how Ling Xiao would be able to face the million-strong alliance army alone. However, she was still willing to follow Ling Xiao's orders. After all, Ling Xiao had saved her life in the past and had displayed incredible strength. By this point, the Alliance army had retreated quite a distance. Black Raven City and the Alliance army were separated by roughly half a kilometer of empty land. Countless corpses were piled up on top of each other, as if they were telling of the cruelty of victory. Qin Yu, Qingqiu Lian, and the other Sea Folk and Sky Sea Empire generals all stared coldly at Ling Xiao. He wants to fight our million-strong army, all by himself. What do you think? Qin Yu asked with a cold laugh. He's looking to die, Qingqiu Lian said coldly. That's right. He's looking to die, the other two said. Qin Yu, you know him well. What do you think we should do? Qingqiu Lian asked. For now, let's just attack together. With hundreds of life seizers, plus the two of us, killing him should be easy. As for the ordinary soldiers, tell them to fall back. They'll just be throwing their lives away, and will only hinder us. Qin Yu thought for a moment. All right. Qingqiu Lian gave the order, and the army fell back 100 meters. Only the life seizers remained at the front of the formation. With Qin Yu and Qingqiu Lian in the lead, there were a total of 467 soldiers. Without the protection of the spell formations, they could easily destroy the entire Celestial Dynasty. After all, other than Ling Xiao and a few other people, the Celestial Dynasty didn't have many life seizers. Thankfully, Ling Xiao was an expert in spell formations and had given the Ministry of Works a large number of spell formation diagrams. They were used in virtually every city and could be used to defend against bandits and demonlings. When large-scale battles broke out, they could be used to defend against invaders. Ling Xiao, Qingqiu Lian, said, "Your growth is truly astonishing. You can't live any longer. If you do, we won't be able to survive." Qin Yu rose into the air and looked at Ling Xiao coldly as he said, "Today is the day you die." Ling Xiao didn't respond. Instead, the aura of darkness around him grew stronger and stronger. Down on the battlefield, terrifying, baleful blood energy flowed into him. Rumble! Terrifying rumbling sounds filled the air. In that instant, Ling Xiao had accumulated enough power to transform into a heavenly devil war god. He had long silver hair, silver devilish eyes, pitch-black devilish wings, and a terrifying devilish sword. What a terrifying devil god! He stood there in the air, looking down coldly at everything in front of him. A powerful devilish will erupted, enveloping the enemy forces. As of this moment, the millions of soldiers felt nauseous and dizzy. They began to tremble violently, almost as if they had been grabbed by a ghost, and couldn't move at all. "What's going on?" Qingqiu Lian asked, looking at Ling Xiao in terror. Only now did she realize what sort of person she had offended. "Retreat," Qin Yu said, turning to flee, leaving everyone behind, including his fellow disciples from the Black Tortoise Temple. Of everyone present, he was the only one who could fight back against the devilish will. At the very least, he wouldn't submit completely. "You think you can escape?" Ling Xiao said, looking off into the distance. Finally, he slashed out with the devilish sword of darkness. Devilish sword of darkness. City extermination. This was a move even more powerful than divine soul extermination. It was a terrifying sword energy that could destroy an entire city. "Not good." Qingqiu Lian and the others cried out in alarm as they tried to break free from the devilish will. Unfortunately, it was too late. The terrifying sword energy was like a black waterfall that streaked through the air. It was dozens of meters wide and seemingly limitless in length as it stabbed forward. There was no blood, only bits and pieces of flesh. It was as if the sword had opened a new path. Wherever the sword chi went, there was nothing left. All of the life-seizers, Qingqiu Lian included, as well as the tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers on the path of sword energy, were all killed by the sword. Only Qin Yu didn't die. Chapter 2054. The Black Tortoise Jewel's water barrier had blocked the sword for Qin Yu, and yet one of his arms had been chopped off, and his legs were crippled. Howling in pain, he plummeted to the ground. Silence. Absolute silence. It was even more shocking than when he had killed 12 life-seizers with a single sword strike. It was hundreds of times more shocking. For all the soldiers of Black Raven City, this was a great surprise, a glory of excitement and bloodthirst. But to the Allied army, it was terror and despair. Roar. After a moment of silence, an earth-shattering roar rang out from Black Raven City. They were convinced that the Emperor of Heaven could single-handedly reverse the situation. Their roars were to vent the grief and indignation in their hearts, as well as to express their excitement. Before, the Allied army's commander, Qingqiu Lian, had been invincible on the battlefield. No one had been able to stop her. She had single-handedly killed hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Heavenly Dynasty. Meng Tong and Xian had died at her hands. In front of her, they could do nothing but despair. All they could do was hide in the city and rely on the spell formations to fight back. They had been wrong, displeased, and indignant. But now, everything had changed. Ling Zhao's appearance had completely changed the situation. Qingqiu Lian, who had been so arrogant and despotic, had been cut to pieces by Ling Xiao with a single sword strike. She had gotten off lightly, but in the end, she was just another person's tool. Ling Xiao swore that he would capture the Queen of the Silver Fox Empire, the Emperor of the Heavenly Sea Empire, and the chieftains of the Seafolk tribes. He would let them taste the most painful punishment in the world. He would let them atone for their sins to Meng Tong and Xian, atone for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who had died. The young man who had defeated the New Devil Sealing Empire, the Black Crow Empire, the God Phoenix Empire, and other powers, and finally unified the Dragon Phoenix continent, had once again become the main character of this era. He was the absolute hero of the battlefield. In the past, he had used schemes, but today, he would crush them with pure strength. "Those who killed my brothers will die. You will use your blood to wash away your stupidity. You will use your lives to repent for my brothers and my soldiers." On the battlefield, there was no right or wrong. Everyone had their own master, but people have feelings. Whoever was stronger would be able to avenge their family and friends. As Ling Xiao's voice rang out, demonic sounds rang out between heaven and earth. The soldiers of the Allied army covered their ears in horror and turned to flee in panic. With their commander dead, what else could they do but flee? But could he escape? Ling Xiao's killing intent had been accumulating in his heart for far too long, and it was about to erupt at this moment. Eye of the Tomb of the Gods, open! The skeleton general stepped out from the depths of the ancient tomb, followed by countless skeleton soldiers, fiercely attacking the enemy. Traleaf magic eyes. Summon Demon God Ball. A crack appeared in the otherworld space, and Demon God Bar descended while stepping on lightning. Terrifying lightning struck the local camp, and countless people died as a result. Demonic purgatory, demonic dance. In the pitch-black purgatory, all kinds of demons and monsters stepped out, crazily plundering the lives of their enemies. Heaven-burning eye, sword of slaughter, sword of destruction, sun-moon sword domain. Kill, 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 kill. At this moment, Ling Xiao had completely transformed into a sinister demon. He was also a human, and his heart was filled with pain after his good brothers were killed and tortured to death. He could only use this method to vent his resentment and anger. Some people might say that if he killed these people, would his brothers be able to come back to life? Of course not. But by doing so, he could at least let his good brothers rest in peace in the afterlife. He could make his heart feel a little better. He could make an example out of them. He could teach those who tried to harm his friends and family a lesson. Whoever dared to touch his good brothers, Ling Xiao would have their entire family annihilated. Mercy? That was something that only heartless people would say. That was something that only heartless people would say. For Ling Xiao, mercy could go to hell. This was like a slaughterhouse. The soldiers of the Allied army were harvested like wheat in autumn, and they fell in rows without any room for resistance. They screamed in horror, begged for help, and begged for mercy. But it was meaningless. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Every time he moved forward a certain distance, he would bring endless death. The entire battlefield had become a living hell. Shang Guanhong looked on in shock and couldn't help but mutter to herself, is he going to slaughter 1 million people all by himself? He's in pain. Only blood can numb this pain. There's no hope for the million-strong Allied army. There's no hope for the Sea Folk tribes near the Dragon Phoenix continent. The Silver Fox Empire and the Sky Sea Empire will pay a heavy price for everything they've done, perhaps only by hanging the corpses of the Sky Sea Sovereign King, the Green Hill Queen, and the Sea Folk chieftain on the walls of the Celestial Dynasty will he gradually calm down. Fan Ruahai understood Ling Xiao's feelings all too well. He had only lost a brother, and that was enough to send him into a frenzy of slaughter. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had lost a life and death brother. It was already good enough that he hadn't gone mad. In the past, there had been a legend in the God Phoenix continent that a life-sizer from the White Tiger continent could cause rivers of blood to flow through an army of 1 million people. But people thought it was just a legend. No one had ever taken such a legend seriously. But today, the soldiers of Black Raven City were witnessing something like that. A life-sizer was in the middle of a battlefield, harvesting lives with no intention of stopping. Qin Yu looked on in horror and wanted nothing more than to flee. He had assumed that with so many people surrounding Ling Xiao would die beyond the shadow of a doubt. But the bloody reality of the situation told him that he had been too naive. Ling Xiao was only in the 16th stage of life seizing, but there was no way his battle prowess was limited to that level. He was simply too strong. He wasn't someone a martial artist like Qin Yu could stand up to. Perhaps it wasn't a coincidence that Her Highness had been defeated twice by Ling Xiao. Qin Yu's right arm had been severed, and his legs had been destroyed. All he could do was crawl away, hoping that the chaos of the battle would give him a chance to survive. He couldn't die. He was a genius of the Black Warrior Temple. How could he die here? No, absolutely not. Of course, the higher his expectations, the greater his disappointment. Back on the battlefield, the soldiers Ling Xiao had killed rose to their feet, black devil energy swirling around them. Their eyes were blank and lifeless. When they walked, they were like walking corpses. And yet, their hands were filled with power. Ling Xiao's three-leaf devil eyes could control living things. Controlling corpses was much easier than controlling living things. All Qin Yu had to do was infuse them with devil energy and a bit of soul power to turn them into battle prowess. Chapter 2055. The strength of Ling Xiao's soul was naturally due to the primordial spirit remnant scroll. If he had given up on cultivating this remnant scroll, he would not have today's achievements. Kill. Ling Xiao pointed his finger, and the demon corpse army charged forward fearlessly. Poor Qin Yu was trampled to death by these demon corpses. Ling Xiao took out the black tortoise orb from his body. From his hand, he took back the elemental energy thumb ring that should have belonged to him. It's mine. It's still mine. If you take something that doesn't belong to you, you will naturally bring disaster upon yourself. Ling Xiao glanced at Qin Yu's corpse indifferently and did not stop. After killing millions of the allied army, he did not intend to stop. The terrifying army stepped into the deep sea. Ling Xiao led the way. The black tortoise orb separated the sea and formed a passage to the bottom of the sea. The demon corpse army was behind him. The skeleton general and demon godbar were on his left and right. Behind the demon corpse army was the army of Black Raven City, led by Fan Ruahai and Shangguan Hong. They also wanted revenge. Their chests were full of anger and hatred, and they also needed to vent. 2 hours later, the army arrived at the Sea Race tribe. However, there was no one here. The entire tribe was covered by a blue light. It emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Humph! No wonder this Sea Race tribe dared to invade my Heavenly Dynasty empire. It turns out that they thought they had the help of a formation expert and set up a fierce formation here. Ling Xiao looked at all this indifferently, and the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Formation, he liked it the most. His footsteps did not stop, and the huge demon hand directly grabbed the light shield. Then, the light shield of the formation was torn apart. In the face of powerful strength, any formation was fragile. Just like Qin Yu could destroy the defensive formation of Black Raven City, Ling Xiao could naturally destroy a formation that was far less powerful than him. Kill. A gap was torn in the formation. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the demon corpse army madly rushed in. Roar. Although a gap was torn in the formation, it still had some effect. The array was activated, and a terrifying deep-sea beast rushed out. These giant beasts were condensed from the terrifying power of the sea. At a glance, one could tell that they were set up by experts. This was definitely not something that this barbaric Sea Race tribe could do. The terrifying giant beast swallowed tens of thousands of demon corpses in one gulp. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Can you digest them after swallowing them? With a thought from Ling Xiao, the tens of thousands of demonic corpses exploded. In any case, these demon corpses were originally the corpses of the allied army, so Ling Xiao was not stingy at all to let their corpses be of some use at this time. The terrifying explosion blasted the giant beast into pieces. Ling Xiao released the black tortoise orb, absorbing all the power of the sea. Keep blasting. Since you treated my brother's body so cruelly, I'll do whatever I want with your bodies. Another tens of thousands of demonic corpses exploded, and the huge array formation stopped operating amidst the continuous explosions. The azure light barrier finally disappeared completely. Advance! Ling Xiao gave the order with a gloomy look, and the army continued to advance. The array was broken, but there were many exotic beasts in the deep sea that were raised by the Sea Race tribe. At this time, they rushed out, seemingly wanting to obstruct Ling Xiao's advance. It seems that these people want to escape. Ling Xiao sneered and released a violent demonic qi again, and the originally slow-moving demon corpses suddenly sped up. When the deep-sea exotic beasts encountered the demon corpse army, it was like a snake encountering a terrifying army of termites. In just an instant, all the deep-sea exotic beasts were killed. The demon corpse army only lost over 1,000 demon corpses. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao saw a dense battle array in front of him. It turned out that the Sea Race tribe's people were all gathered here and arranged a battle array here. On the other side, a transmission array had been half completed and was still in the process of being repaired. Want to escape? Ridiculous! You killed my brother. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will die without a doubt. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and a terrifying crimson sun all shot out of the water, destroying the half-completed transmission array. The hundreds of thousands of seafolk cultivators all looked over at Ling Xiao in terror. Their leader appeared in front of the battle array, and from his cultivation base, he was in the third stage of life seizing. And that wasn't even mentioning him. With a cultivation base like this, you dare to rebel? Yang Qi said coldly, "Back then, I didn't exterminate the seafolk. Instead, I took in a lot of seafolk martial artists. They all lived happily in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. And yet, you bastards didn't even spare their lives. Fine. Since you want to fight and kill, I'll fulfill your wish. You'll get what you ask for." Ling Xiao's voice was as cold as ice. Ling Xiao's expression was as cold as ice. A terrifying aura pulsed from him, making him seem like a devil king who had come to collect a debt of blood. "Kill them," he said, waving his hand. The demon corpse army charged forward, and the slaughter began. The demon corpse army didn't have any emotions to speak of. Their only goal was to follow Ling Xiao's orders and carry them out. Slaughter. Slaughter like mad. As of this moment, Ling Xiao had cast aside his compassion and turned himself into a true fiend devil. After all, when he saw the seafolk commoners, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill them. Therefore, he used his devil energy to numb himself so that he would forget about compassion. These were the people who had slaughtered his people. They had slaughtered his people. They had slaughtered his brothers and sisters. He couldn't forgive them just because they were commoners. Otherwise, the vengeful souls who had died at the hands of these people wouldn't be satisfied. Miserable shrieks echoed out from the depths of the sea. Ling Xiao looked on coldly, his face expressionless. "No," Yang Qi said. "We surrender. We surrender. Please, I beg of you, don't kill us. Leave us some hope." The chief of the seafolk tribe dropped to his knees in terror. Ling Xiao had intentionally spared his life, allowing him to experience all the pain and suffering he had to endure. Hope? Give you the hope of rebelling, or hope for vengeance? Ling Xiao sneered. "When you were stirring up trouble in the Heavenly Empire, you should have known that this day would come. Since you've done it, you should have calmly faced this hopeless situation. Now that you're crying and making a ruckus, do you think you're a man? You're simply a coward." "I regret it. I regret it. I was only bewitched by the Tianhai Empire. I was only bewitched by others." The chief of the seafolk tribe continued to madly shout. "Bewitched? That means you don't fear me enough. That means you also have the same thoughts. You believe that if you don't listen to them, you'll die. But you never imagined that if you act against me, not only will you die, you'll die an even more miserable death." Ling Xiao scornfully looked at this person, his eyes as cold as ever. Chapter 2056. Black Crow City's army also began to participate in the battle. They wanted to wipe out the entire Sea Race tribe from the mystic world because they had experienced the pain of losing their loved ones and comrades. When they were in despair, these people had never sympathized with them. So why should they sympathize with them? The slaughter lasted for an hour before it finally ended. Looking at the corpses everywhere, Ling Xiao indifferently gave the order to clean up the battlefield. There were many good things in the Sea Race tribe, and these good things were all brought out by the tribesmen, because they originally planned to flee. Now, everything had become the Celestial Empire's. Return to the city. After the search was complete, Ling Xiao withdrew his soul force and demonic qi, and the demonic corpse army immediately collapsed. Even he couldn't control this demon corpse army for a long time. After all, the consumption was too great. Let these demon corpses be buried in the deep sea. The army turned back and left the deep sea. Ling Xiao removed the black tortoise orb's effect, and the sea immediately filled up. The million corpses became a delicacy for the sea beasts. After returning to Black Crow City, Ling Xiao didn't stay for long. After catching up with Shang Guanhong, Ling Sha, and the others, the disposal of the corpses began. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about these things. Shang Guanhong would take care of it. He only buried Meng Tong and Xian with his own hands and set up a hero's cemetery in Black Crow City. In the cemetery, a huge tombstone was erected with the words, "The heroes of the Celestial Empire are immortal," written on it. It was impossible for this place to bury the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who had died in battle. However, this tombstone was erected for all of them. My good brothers, just watch from here. Watch me take revenge for all of you after destroying the Celestial Sea Empire and the Silver Fox Empire. I will come back to pay respects to you. Looking at Meng Tong and Xian's tombstones, Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then turned and left. He didn't return to Divine Phoenix City, but wrote a letter and handed it to Shang Guanhong, who then passed it to Wu Xiang. The content of the letter was actually very simple. He wanted to go to the Celestial Sea Empire and kill the Celestial Sea Sovereign King. He ordered Wu Xiang to immediately reorganize the country's military forces, mobilize the army, and build ships to prepare for war against the Tianhai Empire. And the signal was the Tianhai Sovereign King's death. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about the spread of the news. The Celestial Empire did have some spies in the Tianhai Empire. Once the Tianhai Sovereign King died in battle, this news would quickly reach Wu Xiang's ears. When Wu Xiang received the letter, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the Celestial Empire. As for Fan Ruohai, he parted ways with Ling Xiao and went to search for the remnants of the Fan family. He also wanted to use this war against the Tianhai Empire to conquer his own forces. The Fan clan had already decided to rely on the Tianhai Empire. In a certain restaurant in the Tianhai Empire, two people with gloomy auras were drinking there. Vice Sect Leader Chen, how is it? Did you catch that guy's aura? The person who asked the question was a middle-aged man dressed in black. The other person was dressed in a purple robe. Vice Sect Leader Chen sneered, "You're asking nonsense. With my strength, as long as there's wind within a radius of several hundred miles, he won't be able to escape my pursuit." "You're really something, Vice Sect Leader Chen," the middle-aged man said with a chuckle. "Your black wind martial soul is much stronger than some people." The middle-aged man in black said with a smile. He naturally believed that Vice Sect Leader Chen would not lie. After all, this man was in the 18th stage of life seizing. If he couldn't even catch the aura of a trifling Ling Xiao, then he would be a complete piece of trash. Humph. Puny Ling Xiao might have made a name for himself during the White Tiger Storm meet, but he's only just reached the life-seizing level. Logically speaking, as a devil general, you shouldn't be afraid of him. You actually want me to personally help you? Vice Sect Leader Chen snorted coldly, clearly disdainful. Of course, he had no idea that Ling Xiao had defeated Tianhai Nuo, nor that Ling Xiao had killed Overseer Rubik's Cube. As for the terrifying slaughter that had taken place on the Dragon Phoenix continent, he naturally had no idea. If he did, he wouldn't have looked down on Ling Xiao. Vice Sect Leader Chen, the black-robed man, said with a smile, "I'm just trying to be safe. That brat is too crafty. With you personally involved, we'll have a better chance of success." That makes sense. Ever since he left the Nine Heavens Palace, the brat has been acting all mysterious. The Pontifex even ordered us to kill him. General Shadow Devil, if you can kill him, you'll have done a great service to the Pontifex. Vice Sect Leader Chen said coolly. "You're wrong, Vice Sect Leader Chen," Shadow Devil said. "You're the one doing a great service. As long as I can get that brat's martial soul, I'll be happy." "Very well," Shadow Devil said. "All right, let's head out. That guy has shown up." Vice Sect Leader Chen rose to his feet, eyes glittering. "All right." Without even paying, the two of them left the restaurant and headed off in a certain direction. Up in the sky, a sea of clouds churned. A figure could be seen flying through the sea of clouds. Perhaps it was because he was moving so quickly that the ripples in the sea of clouds were torn apart. Of course, it was none other than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's plan was simple. He wanted to single-handedly slaughter the imperial family of the Heavensea Empire. Once he killed the rebirth realm experts of the Heavensea Empire, the army of the Heavensea Empire would be able to invade. Right now, his cultivation base was in the 16th stage of the life-seizing level, but if he went all out and unleashed the 7 Heaven Devil Kings sealed in his forehead, it would be very likely that he would be able to kill the rebirth realm experts. The only way to subjugate the Heaven Devil Kings was through battle. Ling Xiao wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, he wanted to use the power of the Heaven Devil Kings to kill the king of the Heavensea Empire. On the other hand, he wanted to use the power of the king of the Heavensea Empire to subjugate the Heaven Devil Kings. It would be a waste to leave the power of the Heaven Devil sealed in his forehead. Although Ling Xiao was a cautious person, he wasn't lacking in the desire to take risks. That was especially true now that his cultivation base had reached such a level that it was difficult to advance any further. He really did need a battle that could truly threaten his life. Perhaps in a battle of life and death, he would be able to gain more enlightenment and soar to the heavens. Vice Sect Leader Chen and the Yin Devil General were about 5 kilometers behind Ling Xiao, but they seemed to be having a hard time. Damn it! How can this guy be so fast? And his internal energy is so abundant. Is he really only in the 18th stage of the Yin-Yang realm? The Yin Devil General cursed. He and Vice Sect Leader Chen had to rely on the power of their magical treasures to just barely keep up with Ling Xiao. But now, they were 5 kilometers away from him, and they were in despair. This kid definitely has some sort of treasure on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare come to the Heavensea Empire alone. After all, the Heavensea Empire has a deep grudge with him. Chapter 2057. Deputy Sect Master Chen gritted his teeth and said, "We must kill this kid before the Tianhai Empire takes action. Otherwise, all the good things will be taken away by the people of the Tianhai Empire." At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and landed on the ground. Damn it, he finally stopped. Seeing this, the Yin Demon General finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seawatch City was the city closest to the coastline of the Tianhai Empire. If the Tianhai Empire wanted to attack the Tianhai Empire, Sea-Watch City was the only way. It was also a tough bone to chew. The reason why Ling Xiao chose to land here was simply to take down this city and lay the foundation for the army of the Tianhai Empire. Although the army had not arrived, the vanguard of the Tianhai Empire had already moved. They followed behind Ling Xiao and were responsible for assisting Ling Xiao to complete some things. The vanguard only had a total of 1,000 people. Such a number could be directly divided into parts. Even if they arrived at the Tianhai Empire, they could easily avoid the eyes and ears of the Tianhai Empire. The leader of the 1,000 people was Xie Li. Xie Li was currently one of the most powerful people in the Tianhai Empire. With her assisting Ling Xiao, Wu Xiang would be more at ease. The most famous restaurant in Sea-Watch City was Sea-Watch Restaurant, which was named after the city. It belonged to the Lord of Sea-Watch City. The business of the restaurant was very prosperous. Basically, all the famous people in Sea-Watch City like to come here to drink wine, listen to music, and have fun. Isn't this guard Qin? Why are you free to come to the restaurant today? The waiter saw a guest coming in with a few people and hurriedly stepped forward. Guard Qin was one of the guards of the Lord of Sea-Watch City. He was very powerful and could be considered an absolute tyrant in Sea-Watch City. Is there a private room upstairs? Guard Qin glanced at the waiter and asked, Yes, of course. The waiter called out, and someone immediately led bodyguard Qin to the second floor. Oh, sir, you're here? Do you want a meal or a room? The waiter turned around and saw a young man of 17 or 18 years old at the door. It was Ling Xiao. Eat something. Ling Xiao replied, Sit inside. The waiter asked Ling Xiao to sit in the lobby on the first floor. Immediately, another waiter came to serve him. However, the moment Ling Xiao sat down, he suddenly frowned. Not good. How could these two fellows be so bold as to cause trouble in the city? Ling Xiao knew that someone was following him, but he did not expect that the person who was following him would actually launch an attack here. Boom! A huge venomous snake broke through the wall of the restaurant and slithered in. This venomous snake was completely condensed from what attribute essence energy, and it was filled with a terrifying aura. Just by opening his mouth, a thick green poisonous mist flew out and filled the entire hall. In an instant, many people fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. This was still considered light. Some people's bodies were directly corroded by the terrifying poisonous fog, becoming unbearably rancid. What a fierce poison attack! Ling Xiao glanced coldly at the enormous snake, and then he waved his hand, causing a strand of sword qi to tear through the sky. That venomous snake was instantly smashed into pieces. However, things did not end like this. The smashed venomous snake reformed a moment later. It was originally condensed from essence energy. As long as its owner had enough inner energy, it could continuously revive. The snake spat out its huge tongue and attacked Ling Xiao, attempting to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Humph, insignificant skill. Ling Xiao stood up and punched out. Crimson red flames burned in the air. That huge elemental energy viper was quickly burned to a crisp by the flames, and the green poisonous gas in the restaurant also became much fainter. Ling Xiao knew that he would not be able to eat today, so he simply walked out of the door. However, at this moment, the entire restaurant suddenly shook, as if it was wrapped by something. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and saw a giant elemental energy spider standing on top of the restaurant. The giant spider web wrapped the entire restaurant, and it was pulling it into its mouth. This stalker was truly ruthless. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he actually wanted to bury the entire restaurant with him. Bastard! Who dares to behave atrociously in Lakeview City? A loud shout came from the second floor, and then a terrifying saber chi exploded in all directions. The elemental energy spider at the top of the restaurant was instantly killed. Is it that guard Qin? Ling Xiao raised his head to take a look and discovered that bodyguard Qin was holding a long saber that was about 3 feet long. He was glaring angrily at the entrance of the restaurant. However, at this moment, the streets near the restaurant were filled with poisonous miasma. Without special eyes, it was impossible to see anything. The enormous elemental energy spider was killed, but even more venomous snakes and spiders pounced in. At this moment, a large number of people in the restaurant had already been killed by the poisonous miasma or fainted. Only Ling Xiao and guard Qin were still conscious. Boom! Finally, the 2-story wooden restaurant could no longer withstand the constant elemental energy attacks and completely collapsed. No one. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and looked into the distance. The entire Lake View City was filled with poisonous miasma. There was no trace of the culprit. Instead, he clearly saw 2 figures outside the city. Both of them were unfamiliar, but Ling Xiao was very familiar with the logo on their clothes. Heavenly Fiend Cult. These 2 guys were from the Heavenly Fiend Cult. It seemed like the Heavenly Fiend Cult had sent out very powerful experts to kill him, even at all costs. In order to kill him, they were willing to bury the entire Lake View City with him. Guard Qin charged towards the City Lord Manor. It seemed like he was going to save the City Lord of Lake View City. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before following. His goal in coming to Lake View City was very clear. It was to assassinate the City Lord of Lake View City and create conditions for the Heavenly Empire to attack the Tianhai Empire. However, because he wasn't sure what was going on in the City Lord Manor, he planned to investigate it later that night. Who would have thought that these 2 Heavenly Fiend cult members would end up doing him a favor? With such a large amount of poisonous miasma, the City Lord Manor's defenses would be at their lowest. This was his chance. Just as he had guessed, the City Lord Manor was currently covered in poisonous miasma. Whether it was the guards at the gate or the soldiers patrolling the grounds, they had all been killed by the deadly poison. Only the life-seizers were still alive in the City Lord Manor. The rest of the people had either turned into rotting corpses or corroded into white bones. If the City Lord Manor was in such a state, there was no need to even mention the streets. Few life-seizers under the life-sizer level could survive in the miasma. Oh, Heavenly Fiend Cult. They killed one of their own, just for him. That was truly outrageous. Even if he was filled with hatred, he wouldn't do such a thing. City Lord, let's retreat. The miasma is everywhere. We've been ambushed. Chapter 2058. The city magistrate was a life-sizer for the Heaven Sea Empire and was in the 17th stage of the life-seizing level, very close to the rebirth level. That was why he was fine. And yet his wife and children had all died in the miasma, which infuriated him to the point of madness. Who did it? The city magistrate asked coldly. I'm not sure, but I suspect it's the Heaven Sea Empire's revenge. The city magistrate chuckled. The Heaven Sea Empire. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. The city magistrate roared. His wife and children had all died, so how could he not be angry? You can kill me, Yang Qi said. I was going to kill you anyway, but I need to correct you. This miasma has nothing to do with me. Ling Xiao's voice rang out from within the mist, and he appeared in front of the city magistrate and guard Qin. Ling Xiao. How could they not recognize this person? They hadn't missed the live broadcast of the White Tiger Storm meet back then. They had watched it all clearly. Therefore, they recognized Ling Xiao's face. That's right, it's me. Ling Xiao said coolly, You bastard. I can't believe you killed all the commoners in the city just to kill me. The city magistrate glared at Ling Xiao, clearly on the verge of attacking him. City magistrate, guard Qin said, We need to get out of here. If we don't, we'll be in big trouble. Although the two of them hadn't been killed by the miasma yet, they were running out of vital energy and would eventually be killed. "You don't need to go anywhere," Guard Qin said. "I'm here to kill you. As for whether you believe me or not, that's up to you." Ling Xiao said coolly. He didn't need them to believe him, nor did he care if they hated him. "Let's go," Guard Qin said, shoving the city magistrate aside. Then he blocked Ling Xiao's path. "City magistrate, hurry up and leave. I'll hold him back." The city magistrate hesitated for a moment, looking at the skeletons of his wife and children. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Ling Xiao frowned and was about to give chase. He didn't care if Guard Qin died or not. What he wanted to do now was to kill the city lord of Lakeview City, so that Lakeview City would be leaderless. "Greetings, Your Majesty." However, just as he was about to leave, bodyguard Qin suddenly knelt down. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand what was going on. "Your Majesty, I am one of the vice sect masters of Dragon Phoenix Mountain. I have already pledged allegiance to the Heavenly Dynasty Empire and have been sent to spy beside the city lord of Lakeview City." Protector Qin explained. Ling Xiao's taiji spun, confirming that this person was not lying. "What's your name?" Ling Xiao asked. "Qin Mu." The man replied. "Why did you let the Lakeside City Lord go?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "This general has been undercover here for a very long time and has discovered that the city lord of Lake Gazing City is not on good terms with the Tianhai clan. The Tianhai clan has been trying to kill him, but with his outstanding military achievements, they can't find a reason to do so. Thus, this general believes that this person can be roped in. He has a powerful navy under him with more than 300,000 people. If we can take him down, our Heavenly Dynasty Empire will be able to land without losing a single soldier." Qin Mu replied. "Oh no." Ling Xiao was about to speak when he suddenly saw a group of people outside Lakeview City. Among these people, there was one that he would recognize even if he turned into ashes. This person was Tianhai Tyranny, who had left with the Black Snake Devil sect. After nearly a month of cultivation, Tianhai Tyranny was no longer the same as before. Even Ling Xiao was surprised by his terrifying strength. This subordinate greets the cult master. There was a woman beside Tianhai Tyranny. She wore a red veil, obscuring her appearance. However, the two members of the Heavenly Devil cult both addressed her as the cult master. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. He thought that Tianhai Tyranny was the true cult master of the Heavenly Devil cult. He was the one who had single-handedly created the Heavenly Devil cult on the White Tiger continent. He didn't expect the cult master to be such a woman. However, it seemed that Tianhai Tyranny had a very close relationship with this woman. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the mastermind behind the Heavenly Devil cult. "Rise. Is Ling Xiao already trapped inside?" the cult master asked indifferently. Reporting to the cult master, "We've been waiting near Lakeview City for a whole month. We've put in a lot of effort and laid down the 5-poison absolute killing formation. Once the formation is activated, even if Ling Xiao doesn't die, he won't be able to escape." Vice Cult Master Chen reported. Actually, he and the Yin Demon General didn't feel very comfortable. They had originally wanted to kill Ling Xiao and earn a great merit, but now that the cult master had come, they probably wouldn't be able to receive any merit. "Where's Lakeview City Lord Qinzhan?" Tianhai Tyranny asked. "I forgot to introduce you. This is His Highness the Crown Prince of the Tianhai Empire, the supporter behind the scenes of our Heavenly Devil cult. Seeing him is like seeing him is like seeing him," the cult master said indifferently. At this moment, Vice Cult Master Chen hurriedly said, "Qinzhan was rescued and is currently escaping." "Very good. This Qinzhan has always been dissatisfied with the Tianhai Imperials. Today, I'll personally send him to hell. Tianhai tyranny wanted to show off the results of his cultivation over the past month. Qinjian was at life-seizing level 17, while he was at life-seizing level 15. The situation doesn't look good. This is the 5-poison absolute killing formation. Even if it can't kill us, getting out won't be easy. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Qin Mu immediately chased after Qinjian. I'm afraid that Heavenly Sea's tyranny will harm Qinjian. If you're with Qinjian, he'll definitely let you guys go. I'll think of a way to break this formation and meet up with you guys. Understood. Qin Mu didn't hesitate. Qinjian should be leaving Lake View City soon. If he hesitated, there wouldn't be enough time. I'll send you off. Ling Xiao waved his hand and blasted Qin Mu behind him. Qin Mu borrowed the wind to instantly close the distance between him and Qinjian. The two met up 10 minutes later. Qinjian didn't ask how Qin Mu had escaped from Ling Xiao. Once they left, everything would be clear. But once they were outside, Qinjian realized that he didn't even have time to speak. He and Qin Mu were surrounded by a group of people. Tianhai tyranny stood there and looked at him coldly. How does the poisonous miasma feel? Tianhai tyranny sneered. You did it. Lake View City's 200,000 citizens are all citizens of the Tianhai Empire. Why did you do it? Qinjian couldn't believe his ears. He had always hoped that Ling Xiao had done it. That way, he would have enough reason to take revenge without any psychological burden. But reality was too cruel. The one who had killed Lake View City's 200,000 citizens was none other than his own crown prince. Why? Do you really not understand? Chapter 2059. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny sneered. Sea-Watch City's commoners only have you, Qinjian, in their eyes. They don't care about the royal family, so their deaths are nothing to be regretted. Also, don't tell me you've forgotten how my brother died. Your Highness, the second prince ran amok in Lake View City. Not only did he harm the commoners, he also sullied my daughter. Am I wrong to kill him? Qinjian roared. You're not wrong, but you still have to pay the price because I'm stronger than you. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny looked coldly at Qinjian. The war between the Heavenly Empire and the Heavenly Empire is about to break out. You have a lot of troops in your hands. How can we be at ease? If you collude with Ling Xiao, wouldn't our Heavenly Ocean Empire's door be wide open? Just because of these baseless guesses, you want to kill me and destroy Lakeview City? Qinjian's eyes became incomparably cold. No, no, no. The people outside will only know that it was Ling Xiao who killed you and destroyed Lakeview City. Your 300,000 troops will only risk their lives to take revenge for you. Ha ha ha. Do you think you have a lot of value? Heavenly Ocean Tyranny looked mockingly at Qinjian. All lands under the heavens belong to the royal family. Your daughter is also part of the royal family. My second brother only slept with her. How big of a deal is that? You actually dare to kill him. If we weren't afraid of you rebelling, the royal family wouldn't have endured until now. The royal family had been heartless since ancient times. How could they tolerate others killing their own people? Even if their own brother was unpardonably evil, even if he ruined someone else's daughter, that person should endure it and not have any thoughts of resistance. Otherwise, it would anger them. What's more, Qinjian had directly killed Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's brother. To these heartless royal families, this was a heinous crime that couldn't be punished. How could Qinjian not die? This time, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny not only wanted Qinjian to die, but also wanted to shift the blame onto Ling Xiao. This way, Qinjian's 300,000 troops would pledge their lives to resist the Heavenly Empire's navy for the royal family. Ha 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 ha! Qinjian suddenly raised his head and laughed. What are you laughing at? Heavenly Ocean Tyranny asked. I'm laughing because I'm such an idiot. Back then, when someone told me to betray the Tianhai Empire, I said something about believing in the emperor and being unswerving loyal to the empire. I even killed the person who dared to instigate me. Today, I finally know how stupid I was. I never thought that I would be so loyal, but my daughter would have to suffer such misfortune. In the end, she would be treated as a rebel. I, Qinjian, am the stupidest idiot in the world. Qinjian roared. It's too late now. You can only blame yourself for not learning how to be an obedient dog. You can only blame your contributions for being so great that the emperor feels threatened. Tyranny Heavenly Sees said indifferently, "Okay, I've said enough nonsense. You can hand over your life now." "Give up my life. If you have the ability, then come and take it. I, Qinjian, will definitely not give in so easily." Qinjian stared coldly at Tyranny Heavenly Sees. It was the imperial family that he had pledged his loyalty to. Not only had they destroyed his daughter's lifelong happiness, but they had also just killed hundreds of his family members with poisonous miasma. It made Qinjian a complete loner. He had trusted the wrong person. Originally, he didn't care if he died, but now he didn't want to die. He wanted revenge. "What? You still want to resist?" Tyranny Heavenly Sees sneered. "Your Highness Crown Prince, this is the last time I'll call you Your Highness Crown Prince. It's really ironic. I've been busy preparing for the Heavenly Empire's invasion, so I've done a lot of things. I originally thought that these preparations would all be used to deal with the Heavenly Empire's army. Who would have thought that they would be used to deal with you, Your Highness Crown Prince?" Qinjian shook his head and laughed bitterly. He raised his hand, and a signal flare flew through the air, exploding in the sky. Tyranny Heavenly Sees didn't have time to stop it. A short moment later, thousands of Sea-Watch City elites appeared nearby. "City Lord, listen to my orders. Tyranny Heavenly Sees is the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Sea Empire, but he used poisonous miasma to harm the citizens of the city. His crime is unforgivable. My family of hundreds was slaughtered. Whoever is willing to follow me, Qinjian, and help me take revenge can stay. Those who aren't, you can choose." Qinjian said loudly, "I'm willing to live and die with the city lord." Perhaps Tyranny Heavenly Sees was right about one thing. Qinjian's reputation in Sea-Watch City was very high. Not only did the citizens love and respect him, but the soldiers here were also willing to live and die with him. Because he, Qinjian, treated the soldiers as his brothers and the citizens as his subjects. He wasn't like the royal family who treated the army as tools and the citizens as slaves. "Good, Qinjian, you've revealed your wolf's ambition. It seems like this prince guessed right." Tyranny Heavenly Sees coldly looked at the thousands of elites, but his expression didn't change as he spoke coldly. "Say what you want. Today, I'm really going to rebel. This is all because you forced me." Qinjian was already prepared to fight to the death. Even if he was killed in the end, he didn't want to die obediently. That would be too cowardly. It wasn't Qinjian's style at all. "So what if I forced you? You're just a motley crew. Do you really think that you can do anything if you work together? Ridiculous." Tyranny Heavenly Sees said disdainfully. His cold voice made the faces of Qinjian and his thousands of elites turn ugly. They had worked hard to cultivate, killed countless enemies, and guarded the seas for the empire. They had never expected to be rewarded, but in the end, he had become a traitor without knowing what had happened. Who could endure such humiliation? You'll know soon enough whether or not we're just a motley crew." Qinjian said coldly, and then waved his hand. "Go. Don't hold back. These people are inhumane scum. There's no need to sympathize with them." "Yes." Thousands of people responded in unison and then charged forward. Qinjian's subordinates were all elites. The weakest among them was at the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm. The strongest was at the 18th level of the life-seizing realm, and was even stronger than him. When this group of people charged forward, their killing power was terrifying. However, Tyranny Heavenly Seas only waved his hand expressionlessly. Leave none alive. Behind him were hundreds of heavenly demon cult members. After hearing the order, they didn't dare hesitate and charged forward. However, the difference in numbers was too great. Surrounded by thousands of people, the hundreds of heavenly demon cult members were quickly wiped out. What a bunch of trash. Feeding you is a waste of food. Tyranny Heavenly Seas showed no sympathy for the deaths of the heavenly demon cult members. Instead, he coldly cursed and then waved his hand. Suddenly, hundreds of people shot out from the shadows. High-level demon crocodile guards. Qin Zhan frowned. These high-level demon crocodile guards were the true elites of the Tianhai imperial family. Every one of them was a life-sizer. They were much stronger than the thousands of people under Qin Zhan. Sect Leader Ling Xian, Vice Sect Leader Chen, Shadow Demon General, you three attack as well. Qin Zhan, Qin Mu, and that 1,000 subordinate Qin Wan, I'll leave them to you. Chapter 2060. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean could tell that among these thousands of players, only Qin Zhan, Qin Mu, and Qin Wan were a threat to them. Qin Zhan, level 17 life-seizing, Qin Mu, level 15 life-seizing, and level 18 life-seizing Qin Wan. Thus, he sent out his strongest team. Ling Xian, Heavenly Demon Cult Leader, level 18 life-seizing. Vice Sect Master Chen, level 18 life-seizing. Shadow Devil General, level 15 life-seizing. In terms of overall strength, Tyranny Tianhai was clearly stronger. Dark clouds covered the sky. The city was plagued by poisonous miasma. Sea-Watch City should have been peaceful and happy, but today it was like the end of the world. Outside the city, a frenzied slaughter was taking place. Where's the sovereign? Didn't he come? Qin Zhan roared at Tyranny Tianhai after pushing Vice Sect Master Chen back. Against you, my father doesn't need to do anything. Even I don't need to do anything. If Qin Zhan couldn't even defeat Vice Sect Master Chen, then there was no need for him to do anything. Fine, then I'll kill him. Saying this, Qin Zhan's moves became even more ferocious. At the same time, his elite subordinates fought with their lives on the line. Although the demon crocodile guards were strong, there were too few of them, and they quickly fell into a disadvantage. One by one, they died. Qin Zhan sent Vice Sect Master Chen flying dozens of meters away. Qin Mu killed the Shadow Devil General with a single slash. The Shadow Devil General and Vice Sect Master Chen were both experts in poison formations, but their poison formations were now used against Ling Xiao. Naturally, they weren't strong enough. It was inevitable that they would be killed by Qin Zhan and Qin Mu. More importantly, they had too few people, and Qin Zhan's subordinates would sneak attack them. Vice Sect Master Chen was already lucky to be alive. Ling Xiao, I know you can see what's happening outside, but you can't change anything. This 5 poisons absolute death formation was carefully researched by the Black Snake Sect. Vice Sect Master Chen and Vice Sect Master Chen are just the people who set it up. Do you really want Qin Zhan to work for you? Do you really want the 300,000 Navy soldiers under my command? It's a pity that this prince will kill them all in front of you today, and you will be the scapegoat. Isn't that very exciting? Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's expression didn't change in the face of their own deaths. He only coldly looked in the direction of Ocean Gazing City and shouted, "Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, you coward! You can't beat me, so you're using this method, but it's useless. I'll be out soon. You'd better wash your neck and wait for your death." Ling Zhao's voice came from Sea-Watch City. "City Lord Qin Zhan, you guys hold on. Give me another 10 minutes, and I will definitely break out of the formation." 10 minutes? They couldn't wait another 10 minutes. Everyone back down. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean coldly snorted and shouted at his subordinates. The demon crocodile guards quickly retreated. The heavenly demon cult martial artists also retreated at the same time. Qin Zhan and the others tried to give chase, but at that moment, they seemed to see the water of the blue waves coming from the sky. A terrifying wave came crashing down from the sky. In just an instant, hundreds of people died on the spot. They were all elites, Yin-Yang realm and life-seizing realm elites. Qin Zhan, I really admire your courage. You actually dared to make an enemy out of my father, but he didn't kill you. Today, I'll kill you. I'll make you understand that it's meaningless for you to place your hopes on that Ling Shao. Did you really think that I was playing around in the mysterious snake demon sect for the past month? Tyranny Heavenly Ocean sneered. Then, the Devil Sky Sword appeared in his hand. In the past, this Devil Sky Sword was his absolute trump card, his trump card. Now, however, this sword had become a very common move. Severed Sea Blade. The moment Tyranny Heavenly Ocean summoned the Devil Sky Sword, Qin Zhan also summoned his own weapon, the Severed Sea Blade. Behind him, the shadow of a saber appeared. This was his martial soul, the Blade Martial Soul. It looked like a very ordinary martial soul, but he had cultivated it to an extremely powerful level. With the Severed Sea Blade in hand, he didn't fear Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. Today, I will avenge the deaths of hundreds of my family members. Qin Zhan exploded with a terrifying aura. The Severed Sea Blade in his hand glowed with a terrifying blue blade light. Submit to me and prosper, or oppose me and perish. Devil Sky Sword, kill. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean roared. The Devil Sky Sword in his hand appeared, and a terrifying sword energy instantly enveloped the entire space. Dense demonic intent. Sword energy filled the air. Qin Zhan, Qin Mu, and Qin Luan worked together to block. Their weapons collided with the terrifying sword energy, but they were all pushed back. They were extremely shocked. It seemed that Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was only at the 15th level of the life-seizing realm, but the power of this sword was something that the three of them couldn't block. Wasn't this too strong? Terrifyingly strong. We can't retreat. Behind us are our brothers. Qin Zhan roared. The terrifying blade light became even more resplendent as he took a step forward. Qin Mu and Qin Luan exploded with a terrifying aura at the same time as they stepped forward. Finally, the Devil Sky Sword's sword energy was completely shattered and disappeared into the void. Very good. Let's see how you're going to block this. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's expression didn't change. The image of a crocodile god appeared behind him, and he released his terrifying martial soul. The Devil Sky Sword in his hand trembled, and he stabbed out again. Wrath of the Crocodile God. The terrifying sword energy contained the wrath of the crocodile god martial soul. It was as if it wanted to tear the three in front of it to shreds, as well as kill Qin Zhan and his subordinates. However, Qin Zhan, Qin Mu, and Qin Luan, who were already in a frenzy, didn't retreat at all. The three of them worked together even more smoothly after an intense collision. Although the three of them were injured, they managed to block Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's brazen attack. Use whatever moves you have. I don't believe that a mere 15th level life-sizer like you can kill the three of us. Qin Luan roared. His weapon was a pair of hammers, and his martial soul was also a hammer martial soul. It was also simple, but it was also very powerful. Devil King domineering, unstoppable, unstoppable, kill, kill, kill. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean continued to roar, and a terrifying demonic aura emanated from his body. The Devil Sky Sword in his hand moved faster and faster, and the terrifying sword energy stabbed out one after another, not giving Qin Zhan and the others any time to breathe. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was already incomparably terrifying, and after joining the Black Snake Devil sect, he was treated as a core disciple. After a month of careful cultivation, his strength had increased greatly, which was why he couldn't wait to come back for revenge. Ling Xiao was his heart demon. If he wanted to go further on the path of martial arts, he had to kill Ling Xiao first. Only by destroying this heart demon could he go further. More and more wounds appeared on Qin Zhan, Qin Mu, and Qin Luan. At this time, no one else could help. Chapter 2061. Tyranny Heavenly Seas really is strong. Although they were opponents, Qin Zhan's subordinates had no choice but to admit that Tyranny Heavenly Seas was too strong. He was only in the 15th stage of the life-seizing realm, yet he was still able to suppress Qin Zhan, Qin Mu, and Qin Luan. After all, even Qin Mu was at the 15th stage of the life-seizing realm. What kind of terrifying person was he? More importantly, he hadn't even used his full strength yet. And yet, such a terrifying person was actually afraid of Ling Xiao. How could he have been defeated by Ling Xiao at the White Tiger Storm gathering? Just how strong was Ling Xiao, the celestial emperor of the Heavenly Empire? How terrifying was he? If he could come out of the array, then today's crisis would definitely be resolved. At this moment, even the soldiers of Sea-Watch City felt somewhat ironic. At this critical moment, they actually had to hope that the celestial emperor of the Celestial Empire would come and save them. How ironic! See Severing Slash. Hammer annihilate the world. Rampaging Dragon Blade technique. Qin Zhan, Qin Luan, and Qin Mu grit their teeth and unleashed all of their techniques, not holding back at all. They knew that if they held back, death would be the only result. All they had to do was stall for 10 minutes, and everything would be resolved. They had faith in Ling Xiao's strength. As long as Ling Xiao could escape from the 5 Poisons Absolute Slaughter formation, then everything would be resolved. The combined attack of the 3 was incomparably powerful. Coupled with the fact that they were going all out, they were able to completely wipe out Tyranny Heavenly Seas' baleful aura. "You're courting death." Tyranny Heavenly Seas snorted coldly. His body suddenly transformed into a demonic god that stood between heaven and earth, staring coldly at the 3 people in front of him. Devil King Tyrant Fist. He held a sword in his left hand and punched out with his right. The air was filled with the stench of blood and evil baleful aura, causing anyone who smelled it to tremble in fear. A terrifying fist intent erupted, enveloping the 3 people in front of him. The 3 of them retreated, their faces filled with fear. At that moment, someone finally couldn't help but come to their rescue. However, the dozen or so Yin-Yang realm martial artists were killed by the fist intent. Not even a corpse was left behind. It was simply incomparably miserable. But Heavenly Tyranny didn't plan on showing any mercy. The Devil Sky Sword in his left hand suddenly stabbed out. Coupled with the boundless and terrifying sword intent, the demonic chi filled the entire space. Tyranny Heavenly Seas wanted to kill Qin Zhan, Qin Mu, and Qin Luan before Ling Xiao could escape from the 5 Poison Absolute Kill formation. The 3 of them retreated continuously, and Qin Mu finally couldn't hold on any longer. He gave a miserable cry and flew out. An extremely terrifying bloody wound appeared on his body, with black devil chi spreading out from it. His cultivation was the lowest among the 3, and he was also the first to give up. With his collapse, the combined power of the 3 became even weaker. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's terrifying fist intent came out again. Qin Zhan and Qin Luan were both sent flying, their bodies covered in wounds. Humph, a bunch of trash. You can't even last a minute. Let's see how Ling Xiao will save you. He looked coldly in the direction of Sea-Watch City. Although he didn't know what Ling Xiao was doing, He knew that Ling Xiao could see the battle here. He wanted to kill all three of them right in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. Kill! Tyranny Heavenly Seas didn't want any unforeseen events to happen. The terrifying Devil Sky sword stabbed forward. The terrifying sword intent was dozens of meters wide. Grass and trees that touched it instantly rotted. If this sword stabbed down, not only would Qin Zhan, Qin Mu, and Qin Luan die, but the several thousand players behind them would also be buried with them. But at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura emerged from the darkness. This powerful aura caused Tyranny Heavenly Sea's expression to change greatly. He actually felt fear. The Devil Sky Sword's powerful sword intent was easily dissolved by another sword intent, as easily as a sword of steel cutting through a wooden sword. The demonic chi in the surroundings also retreated in an instant, returning to Tyranny Heavenly Sea's side. Tyranny Heavenly Seas looked in horror at the figure that walked out from the darkness. It was this person. Just the aura he released was enough to suppress him to the point where he couldn't bear it. Ah! Tyranny Heavenly Seas roared, finally revealing his double-faced Buddha form. In this form, he was at the peak of his strength. The pressure lessened slightly, but beads of sweat still dripped from his forehead. A rebirth realm expert. Are you Nine Heavens Palace's senior? Nine Heavens do? Tyranny Heavenly Seas recognized this terrifying woman. He vaguely remembered that this woman seemed to have appeared at the White Tiger Storm gathering, and had even saved Ling Xiao. Ha! You still remember me. That's good. Nine Heavens Do smiled faintly, although Ling Xiao had told her to return to Nine Heavens Palace. Nine Heavens Do had sensed that the Tianhai Empire, Silver Fox Empire, and the Oceanids had joined forces to wage war against the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would be in danger, so she stayed. Although she hadn't shown herself, she had always been hiding near Ling Xiao, secretly protecting Ling Xiao. She hadn't planned on coming out today, because the life and death of others had nothing to do with her. She only needed to protect Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had asked for her help. She hadn't expected that kid to have discovered her long ago. He just hadn't said anything. That kid had begged her, so what could she do? She could only agree. Besides, she really didn't care about a mere Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Since Nine Heavens Palace had agreed to ally with the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, they couldn't ignore the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's enemies. There would be a battle sooner or later. The earlier she came, the earlier it would be over. Ling Xian and Vice Leader Chen's expressions weren't very good. The other side had actually sent such a powerful rebirth realm expert to help. Today's plan could be considered a complete failure. Ha 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 ha! I didn't think that Nine Heavens Palace would interfere in the mundane affairs of the world. Be careful not to lose your life. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from the distance. A moment later, 4 figures appeared in front of everyone at almost the same time. The one who spoke was naturally the Emperor of the Heavenly Sea Empire. With him was Tianhai Holy Institution's Dean, Tianhai Nua, Silver Fox Empire's Queen of Green Hill, and Black Tortoise Temple's Bound Sky. 4 rebirth realm experts appeared here at the same time. It seemed that they had prepared a trap long ago, waiting for Ling Xiao to fall into it. Haha, what a big scene. Emperor of Heavenly Seas, when you were imprisoned in the Heavenly Prison Temple, you still had some heroic spirit. Unfortunately, under the threat of others, you became a dog of the Black Tortoise Temple. Others may not know this, but I know very well. And you, Queen of Green Hill, your 2 disciples are actually spies of the Black Tortoise Temple. You don't dare to treat the Black Tortoise Temple as your enemy, but instead treat Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Dynasty Empire as your enemy. Chapter 2062. Nine Heavens Do continued. As for you, Bound Sky, You're a complete piece of trash. You escaped from imprisoning our old palace lord. You actually let him escape from imprisoning Ling Xiao. I really don't know what else you can do." "Shut up." The three of them roared almost at the same time, all appearing very furious. The Nine Heavens Dew was clearly exposing their shortcomings. In these matters, they were indeed too shameful. "Shut up. Are you angry from embarrassment? What can four trash do even if they join forces? Do you really think that Nine Heavens Dew will be afraid? If it was before, Nine Heavens Dew might be afraid of these four people joining forces. But after cultivating with the benefits that Ling Xiao released in Nine Heavens Palace, her cultivation had long broken through. Now, these four people, even if she could not kill them, she was absolutely not afraid. Then what if I join in? In the sky, the roar of a ferocious tiger came. White Tiger Empire's Tiger King had arrived. Nine Heavens Dew frowned and said, "Revenge for your son? That's right. Ling Xiao killed my son, Lei Lai. I naturally have to kill him. Since you're on Ling Xiao's side, then you have to die too," Tiger King said coldly. "Good, very good. Attack together. What's there to be afraid of with one more trash?" After a moment of shock, Nine Heavens Dew raised the long sword in her hand. Surging sword chi pierced through the haze in the sky. She was like a sword immortal, standing there with sharpness everywhere. "Everyone, be careful. Work together to finish this guy," Tianhai King reminded. The 5 rebirth realm martial artists were going to work together to deal with Nine Heavens Dew. Rumble! Terrifying energy exploded in the sky. The combined strength of the 5 people was indeed formidable. Nine Heavens Dew's figure retreated explosively, blood spewing from her mouth. This attack actually caused her to be severely injured. But those 5 people did not have it easy either, especially Tianhai Nuo, whose strength was the weakest among the 5. He actually had his throat pierced by Nine Heavens Dew's sword chi, dying tragically on the spot. 5 against 1. Although Nine Heavens Dew was heavily injured, 1 person died. Furthermore, the other 4 were also injured. This was truly considered a lose-lose situation. Don't give her a chance to heal. Kill her. The Tianhai King understood that once the Nine Heavens Dew was restored, the 4 of them would die. Thus, no matter what, he couldn't give the Nine Heavens Dew a chance to recover. The Sky Sea King, the Tiger King, the Green Hill Queen, and Boundstar all leapt up at the same time and unleashed a combined attack at the Nine Heavens Dew. Don't blame us for your death. You can only blame yourself for choosing the wrong opponent. The Tianhai King coldly snorted. With the combined strength of the 4 of them, even if all 4 of them were slightly injured, they would definitely be able to kill the Nine Heavens Dew. Tiger roar, fox cry, crocodile god roar. In addition, his martial soul, which was like a heavenly prison, suppressed the power of the Nine Heavens Dew. This made Nine Heavens Dew smile, helplessly and bitterly. "I'm sorry, little brother Ling Xiao. Your big sister Lu has no choice today." The Nine Heavens Dew struggled to stand up, preparing to perish together with her opponent. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The thunderbolt struck Boundstar directly and killed him on the spot. The void was torn apart, and several figures stepped out from it. The thunderbolt was wrapped in a terrifying aura. The Sky Sea King, the Tiger King, and the Green Hill Queen's attacks completely dissipated. Nine Heavens Dream. The Sky Sea King's expression was extremely ugly. One Nine Heavens Dew was already very difficult for them, and now there was another Nine Heavens Dream. The most depressing thing was that this Nine Heavens Dream had just arrived and already killed Boundstar. This greatly reduced their strength. There were a few others who followed, namely Long Chen, Cold Plum, Feng Mingli and Ji Luyu, Mou, and Zhu Shaotsong. It was obvious that these people's strength had been greatly improved, especially Long Chen and Cold Plum. That terrifying aura was actually not inferior to the Sky-Sea tyranny at all. Those who dare to harm my Nine Heavens Palace, die? Nine Heavens Dream's expression was extremely gloomy. If he wasn't wrong, this should be her martial soul. Boom, boom, boom. Several thunderbolts fell again, directly towards the Sky-Sea King and the others, wanting to kill them all on the spot. In his despair, the Sky-Sea King saw a pitch-black figure appear above his head. This person raised both hands, and a pitch-black wind whistled up, actually blocking all the thunderbolts. Nine Heavens Dream, you dare to kill my black Tortoise Temple's people? Xian Ming. Nine Heavens Dream frowned. The person who came was Xian Ming. Although these thunderbolts were not her full strength, Xian Ming had actually come personally. That meant that the venerables of the 13 palaces, other than the 2 who had already been killed, should all be here. 11 rebirth realm experts, plus Xian Ming, the Tiger King, the Sky Sea King, and the Green Hill Queen. That was a total of 15 people. It was too difficult for her to deal with these 15 people alone. Nine Heavens Dream, today you will die with your good junior sister Nine Heavens Dew. I really want that Ling Xiao to see how he will kill you all. Xian Ming laughed maniacally. He did not believe that he could not kill Nine Heavens Dream with 15 rebirth realm experts working together. Sect Master Xian Ming, that kid will probably come out soon. He said 10 minutes, and 5 minutes have already passed. The Sky Sea King reminded, it's just a mere Ling Xiao. Are you really afraid of him? So what if he comes out? Even if he comes out now, he will still die. Xian Ming looked at the Sky Sea King with disdain and said, go, kill Nine Heavens Dream, and Nine Heavens Dew first. Yes. The remaining 11 venerables nodded. The Tiger King, the Green Hill Queen, and the Sky Sea King also took the opportunity to attack. 15 people working together against Nine Heavens Dream. Even though Nine Heavens Dream was strong enough, after a fierce battle, she still fell heavily to the ground. Although she was not dead, she seemed to be in a critical situation. Damn it, kill her! Xian Ming was furious because in the process of injuring Nine Heavens Dream, he had lost another 5 venerables. Now, there were only 6 venerables of the 13 palaces left. Including him, there were only 7. This loss was too great. Besides him, the others were all injured to some extent. Because of this, he was so furious. If he could not kill Nine Heavens Dream today, he would have suffered a great loss this time. Palace Master, why did you come out? You know, they have more people. Nine Heavens Dew looked at Nine Heavens Dream and smiled bitterly. I had no choice but to come. I have been in seclusion for so many years, and the burden of protecting Nine Heavens Palace is all on you. If you die, won't I feel guilty for the rest of my life? I have already made a big mistake with the death of the old Palace Master. How can I make another mistake? Nine Heavens Dream shook her head, looking very determined. If the Nine Heavens Dew died, she might as well die together with this good sister of hers. Now, that Nine Heavens Palace had Ling Xiao. It was only a matter of time before it flourished. Her mission was over. Chapter 2063. Good. Very good. Very good. Nine Heavens Dream. Nine Heavens Dew. What a pair of sisters. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. But don't worry, I won't let you die now. I will capture all of you and throw you into the heavenly prison. I will let all of you watch as Ling Xiao, whom you have placed all your hopes in, is killed by me. Your Nine Heaven Palace will be destroyed. Xian Ming was furious. Ling Long Palace gave him so many rebirth realm martial artists, but he lost a few of them. If he returned, he would be severely punished. And all of this was because of these 2. He wanted these two to suffer the most painful torture in the world. Mentally, physically. Long Chen, Long Mei, we will fight with our lives on the line. We might even perish together until we die in battle. You two are the strongest among them. Take the others and leave. It'll be too late if you're late. If a rebirth realm martial artist had the will to die and was determined to perish together with his opponent, then it would be extremely terrifying. A martial artist of this cultivation level would have a terrifying amount of energy in his body. Once he self-destructed, everything within a few hundred miles would be affected. That was why he asked Long Chun and Cold Plum to take Qinjian and the others away. That way, they wouldn't be affected. You want to leave? Not so fast. Xian Ming said coldly. Tiger King, stop those people. Don't let them leave. Leave Nine Heavens' dream and Nine Heavens due to me. Understood. Tiger King, Tianhai King, and Qingqiu Queen got into position and charged at Long Chen and the others. They wanted to kill them on the spot. Dead people wouldn't run away. Swoosh. Suddenly, a shocking black sword chi pierced through the void. Qingqiu Queen and Tiger King didn't even have time to scream before their heads were chopped off. Only Tianhai King was cunning. He hid behind Tiger King and dodged the terrifying sword chi. Everyone looked at the black figure in the sky in horror. Demon Liquor Sword, are you here to die too? Don't forget, you're not even a match for me. It turned out that the wine demon sword had returned. He had gone to the Black Tortoise Continent for a month and helped Ling Xiao investigate the important reason why the 5 great powers of the Western region were in a hurry to recruit talents. He came back today. I know. The liquor demon sword said indifferently. How dare you come here when you know that? You want to die? Xian Ming said angrily. He was really unhappy. One by one, they came out to disturb his good business. This made him extremely angry. What's there to fear about death? I'm just a little regretful that I didn't get to see her before I die. The demon wine sword smiled and slowly landed on the ground. He turned to the Nine Heavens dream and Nine Heavens dew behind him and said, the two of you can take them away. I'll stop them here. Since he had chosen to come here, he was determined to die. Death was scary, but not being able to protect the people you wanted to protect was even scarier. Today, no one will be able to leave this place. Every single one of you will die. Xian Ming was furious. He was really angry. This white tiger continent belonged to his Black Tortoise Temple. He absolutely could not allow Ling Xiao to touch it. Today, he was going to settle things with Ling Xiao's forces here. Kill! Xian Ming pounced out crazily. The 6 supremacies behind him also attacked at the same time. The demon wine sword waved his long sword and blocked with all his might. Time also passed slowly. 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes. Xian Ming's attacks became even more ferocious. The demon wine sword's body was riddled with wounds. There was almost no place that was intact. If not for his superb sword skills, he would probably have become a corpse by now. He stood there, dripping with blood. However, the look in his eyes did not change in the slightest. Nine Heavens Dream and Nine Heavens Dew were also fighting with all their might, trying to lead Qinjian and the rest to escape. However, the other party had too many people, and their strength was too strong. They were really at a disadvantage. Old dog, Xian Ming, remember this for me. I will definitely leave no one alive in the Black Tortoise Temple. This is the price for your mistake. The voice came from the poisonous miasma and seemed to be very close. Ling Xiao could see everything that was happening outside. He saw the demon wine sword covered in blood and saw Nine Heavens Dream and Nine Heavens Dew covered in wounds. He was really angry and annoyed. For a moment, he decided to throw caution to the wind and completely release the 7 sky demon kings in the mark between his eyebrows. Go ahead. Kill them all and let the end of the world truly descend upon this world. However, the Yuan Venerate stopped him. The result of completely releasing the 7 sky demon kings might be completely out of control. You might even kill your own people before the enemy kills them. Calm down. The Yuan Venerate also knew why his disciple, who had always been calm and cautious, would become so angry today. It was because this disciple was too sentimental. Just like how he had massacred the Sea Race tribe to avenge Meng Tong and Xian, this was something that Ling Xiao would not have done in the past. However, he had done it in the end because his 2 good brothers had been killed. It was the same today. He really hoped that nothing would happen to the demon wine sword. If something really happened to the demon wine sword, Ling Xiao would definitely go crazy. In the end, no one would be able to persuade him or control him. If I was afraid of you, I wouldn't have come here. Xianming sneered and said, "Don't say that you didn't come out. Even if you came out, you could only be buried with them. Do you still want to kill me? Do you really think you have the strength?" Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and the haze in the sky dispersed. A full moon hung in the sky. What's going on? It's daytime now. How can there be a moon? Everyone was inexplicably astonished. Xian Ming also felt a chill run down his spine. He actually felt his hair stand on end. What the hell? Could this be Ling Xiao's doing? Tyranny, heavenly ocean, furrowed his brows. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was already an omnipotent existence. This was the truest thought in his heart. Who's there pretending to be a ghost? Come out if you have the ability. Our Linglong Palace is doing something here. Whoever dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. Xian Ming roared towards the sky as if to hide his fear and uneasiness. The moonlight became even brighter, but the surrounding air became abnormally cold. In the sky, a figure seemed to step out of the moon palace. Her long hair swayed gently in the wind. Her pure, white dress accentuated her fairy-like beauty. No, she was a fairy-like woman. A fairy-like woman who walked out of the moon palace. The moonlight shone on the ground. Everyone felt a burst of coldness on their body, so cold that it made their hearts tremble. The moonlight on the ground was like frost, making people not dare to act rashly. In that instant, everyone's eyes seemed to be frozen. They all stared at that figure as if they had never seen such a beauty in the world. In front of this woman, everything around her was not worth mentioning. "Who are you?" After a long time, Xianming woke up from his shock and asked, "Her Highness Moon Maiden." Chapter 2064. "Sai, my little man, I'm still worried about you." In the sky, the cold and frosty fairy said something that made all the men go crazy, making them envious and jealous to death. Who was her little man? Who was qualified to be her man? Only mediocre people don't get jealous. Your man is improving too fast. Some people can't stand it anymore, so they want to kill me. But Sister Moon Maiden, I'm really happy that you're back. A figure stepped out of the 5-poison absolute kill array. Ling Xiao finally broke through the array at the 9th minute and appeared in front of everyone. "Tyrannical heavenly ocean, I'll leave Ling Xiao and those trash to you and your father. Leave this woman to me." Xian Ming looked at the Moon Maiden with jealousy and possessiveness. Such a woman shouldn't belong to a brat like Ling Xiao. Only he had the right to have her. Is that so? Do you have the strength? The Moon Maiden looked at Xianming indifferently. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. As her voice sounded, a graceful and noble aura rolled out from her body. The sky seemed to have turned into a world of moonlight. It was clearly daytime, but the power of the moon was everywhere. The moonlight shone on the ground as if to compete with Qi-Yang for this world. Rebirth realm expert. And it seems more than one reincarnation. Xianming frowned. The Moon Maiden's aura was too strong. He was definitely not a match for the Moon Maiden. But if he added the 6 venerables from the temples, it might be enough. On top of that, he had a powerful weapon that could be put to use at a critical moment. Everyone looked at the Moon Maiden in the sky in shock. In the Heavenly Empire, almost everyone knew that the Heavenly Emperor only loved one woman in his life. This woman was extremely strong and loyal. After she helped the Heavenly Emperor conquer the world and unify the Dragon Phoenix continent, she quietly left. Such a rumor was treated as a joke in the White Tiger continent. Almost all the martial artists in the White Tiger continent thought that the people of the Heavenly Empire were raising their status. An ant like Ling Xiao, how strong could a woman be? But now they understood. Sometimes legends weren't jokes. They were real. The Moon Lady in front of him was not only peerless like Fang Hua, but she was also extremely powerful. Even Xianming felt waves of fear. Xianming had predicted many things. He had guessed that the 9 heavens dream, the 9 heavens do, and the demon wine sword would take action. However, he had never thought that the strongest rebirth realm warrior in Ling Zhao's team would be a strange woman. However, they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality today. They had no choice but to brace themselves and continue this battle. Attack together. Xianming used the same method to deal with Zhou Tianming, trying to bully them with numbers. Including him, 7 rebirth realm martial artists working together, he did not believe that they could not deal with a woman. Strength of 7, dark underworld heavenly wrath palm. The other 6 people from the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall did not attack immediately. Instead, they transferred their internal energy to Xianming. This allowed Xianming to release all the moves that he normally couldn't use. The terrifying palm strike was like the wrath of the heavens. It was much stronger than the one he had used to deal with Zhou Tianming. Ignorant. The fairy said these 2 words in disdain. Then she opened her eyes and didn't even make a move. The terrifying power of the moon shot out from her eyes. Then it wrapped around the dark underworld heavenly wrath palm, tore it apart, and destroyed it. Xianming was shocked. The strength of the Moon Lady was beyond his expectations. Release your martial souls. Xianming roared. Yes. The 7 people released their martial souls. Behind Xianming, there was a strange spiritual fire burning. Within the spiritual fire, there was a huge Azura gate. That was Xianming's martial soul. The power of the other 6 people's martial souls was integrated into the Azura gate. A dark and evil aura was released from the Azura gate, making people feel uneasy. Big brother, is the Moon Lady all right? Longchen asked in private. She's fine. If there are no accidents, Xianming and the others won't be able to kill her. After Ling Xiao saw the Moon Lady's attack, although he was not sure of the Moon Lady's true strength, he had a general idea. Humph, you still have time to worry about others. Worry about yourself first. At this moment, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny snorted coldly, and a terrifying punch flew over, wanting to kill Soaring Cloud. However, Ling Xiao did not move. On the contrary, Long Chun, who was beside him, suddenly exploded. With a dragon roar, Long Chun blocked Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's punch. He even forced Heavenly Ocean Tyranny back a step. Long Chun himself stood in place without moving. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, you're just a defeated opponent of my big brother. You're no longer qualified to fight with my big brother. Today I'll kill you. Dragon power gushed out from Long Chen's body and instantly turned into a golden dragon, confronting heavenly ocean tyranny's double-faced Buddha. Long Chen, this kid, I haven't seen him for a few days. It seems like he's improved a lot. Even heavenly ocean tyranny is not his opponent. Ling Xiao had always believed that Long Chen's potential was enormous. If he did not have the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he would not be able to compete with Long Chen. The Sky Tyrant martial soul was his biggest advantage. Boom! Suddenly, another person attacked Ling Xiao. This person's face was covered, and she wore blood-red clothes. She looked like someone who had crawled out of a pile of corpses. She was the heavenly demon cult's leader, Ling Xian. Ling Xian's specialty was assassination. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already at Ling Xiao's side. Unfortunately, her attack, which she thought would kill her, was easily blocked by Cold Plum. It seemed that Cold Plum had completely converted the Black Featherman's power into her own. Now, her cultivation base and battle prowess had skyrocketed. Even Ling Xian, an 18th stage life-sizer, was unable to do anything to her. Ling Xiao, return my brother's life. Ling Xian's body exploded, turning into a blood-red substance that disappeared, leaving behind only a single sentence. At almost the same time, Cold Plum's body exploded, turning into pitch-black smoke. I've killed a lot of people. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Do you remember Ling Feng and Ling Yun from the Ling clan in Celestial Peak City? Ling Xian said angrily. Don't tell me you're their older sister. I heard that they had an older sister out there. You look older than them, so you must be their older sister. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel that this world was full of strange things. He couldn't believe that he would run into his enemies from Celestial Peak City here. That's right. I'm their older sister. Ling Xian blurred into motion again, but unfortunately, Cold Plum blocked her path. If that's the case, Ling Xian said coldly, then it really wasn't worth it to avenge them. Those two pieces of trash not only had zero potential, but also betrayed their clan. Who else would I kill if not them? Ling Xiao said coldly. Bullshit. Ling Xian roared furiously and pounced towards Ling Xiao once again. Chapter 2065. Kill her. I don't talk to unreasonable people. Ling Xiao was too lazy to waste words with Ling Xian. He took a step forward and charged towards Tianhai King. Because he realized that Tianhai King, this despicable bastard, wanted to attack the heavily injured Liquor Demon Sword, and the others while everyone else was fighting. Yes, master. Cold Plum received Ling Xiao's order to face Ling Xian. For her, if she could kill Ling Xian this time, then she would definitely have a huge breakthrough. Ling Xiao appeared in front of Tianhai King and casually tossed a healing pill to Liquor Demon Sword. Senior, hurry and heal. I'm afraid that even stronger factions will join this battle. Saying this, he punched out with both fists, colliding with Tianhai King's Demon King tyrannical fists. Tianhai King and Tianhai tyrannical ambitions' fighting style was practically the same. Apart from double-faced Buddha, the two of them had probably trained together. It was just that Tianhai King's Demon King tyrannical fists were clearly stronger. It had to be known that this was an attack from Tianhai King while he was injured. Ling Xiao didn't retreat. His feet were practically planted into the ground, but he spat out blood from the corner of his mouth, because Liquor Demon Sword and the others were behind him. If he retreated, they would all suffer. So, even if he was injured, he wouldn't retreat. Good kid, you can actually stand after taking a hit from me. I really have to admire you. Tianhai King looked at Ling Xiao, feeling that this was simply inconceivable. There's no need for admiration. There are still many surprises for you. Power of later Earth, Shield of Earth, Holy Kings, Holy Light Illumination. Ling Xiao didn't plan on fighting Tianhai King head-on. What he needed to do now was to protect the injured as well as Long Chun, Cold Plum, and the others who were still fighting. It was fine as long as Tianhai King didn't injure them. As long as Liquor Demon Sword, Nine Heavens Dream, and Nine Heavens Dew recovered, their disadvantage would become an advantage. He's very clear about his own strength, so he chose the safest method. King Skyse frantically struck the Gaia shield, but the power of Earth constantly surged out from the ground and fused with the Gaia shield. This made King Skyse frown. At the same time, the Holy Monarch's eye allowed everyone's injuries to heal faster. After doing all this, Ling Xiao looked at the battle between the Moon Lady and Xian Ming. Although the Moon Lady was very strong, it wasn't easy for her to deal with 7 people at once. Xian Ming released the terrifying Azura Gate. A terrifying killing intent was released from the Azura Gate. It was as if it wanted to imprison the Moon Maiden's body in the sky and completely devour the power of the moon. This Azura Gate seemed to possess the ability to swallow and annihilate everything. The Moon Lady looked at the Azura Gate coldly. Above her head, the moon became brighter and brighter. Her hands fluttered in front of her, and her jade-like hands seemed to be dancing gracefully. When it came to her, the battle actually seemed so artistic. The Azura Gate rushed over. The Moon Maiden sneered. The bright moon above her head suddenly released a dazzling light that shot towards the Azura Gate. Boom! The terrifying moonlight completely ignored the Azura Gate. It pierced through it and slammed into Xian Ming's body. At that moment, Xian Ming felt as if he had been thrown into an ice-cold moon palace. His body trembled violently. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? I don't believe it. Xian Ming's hair was disheveled, and he looked very miserable. He finally took out his trump card. It was a bracelet made of diamond. It was called the Diamond Bracelet. It was made according to the stories that spread outside the Gate of Heaven's Chosen. It had a terrifying sealing power. It could seal the enemy's internal energy and cultivation. Once trapped by the Diamond Bracelet, no matter how strong the opponent was, they would be finished. However, the Diamond Bracelet consumed a terrifying amount of internal energy. Xian Ming was forced into a desperate situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it. Seal. The Diamond Bracelet pierced through the sky. Xian Ming transferred the internal energy of 7 rebirth realm warriors into it. The Diamond Bracelet turned into a huge ring and covered the Moon Lady. The moment the Diamond Bracelet was used, many warriors present felt as if their internal energy was being sucked out. It was very uncomfortable. Bright moon in the sky, frost on the earth. The Moon Lady was as calm as before. She muttered in a low voice. The bright moon seemed as if it was about to fall from the sky. At that moment, the Moon Lady disappeared completely. She seemed to have turned into the bright moon in the sky and the moonlight that illuminated the earth. The Diamond Bracelet didn't trap the Moon Lady. It was just moonlight without a physical body. Destroy. Suddenly, a jade-like hand reached out from the moonlight. The hand seemed to be holding the moonlight. It was dazzling. However, there was a terrifying, murderous intent that blasted toward Xian Ming. Xian Ming's face darkened. He punched with all his strength. He had wanted to save some energy to escape. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of escaping. He poured all his strength into this punch. The huge Azura Gate covered the Moon Lady. At the same time, the Diamond Bracelet flew back. However, the Moon Lady just looked on coldly. Her jade-like hand didn't retreat at all. It was as if she ignored all resistance and blasted heavily on Xian Ming's body. Many people heard the sound of bones breaking. Xian Ming's body was sent flying dozens of meters away. in midair, fragments of his internal organs were spat out from his mouth. At that moment, the Moon Lady disappeared again. She seemed to be everywhere. She turned into endless moonlight and covered the entire earth. No matter how powerful the diamond bracelet was, it was meaningless when it lost its target. At that moment, the Moon Lady was the holy fairy of the moon. She was the terrifying assassin of the Moon Palace. I didn't expect Ling Xiao's woman to be so terrifying. Why didn't we get any information about her? The moment Xianming was sent flying, he was filled with regret. He thought that his plan was flawless, that he had calculated everything, but in the end, he found that a small woman had made all his plans come to naught. This woman was too strong. She was even stronger than Jiu Tianming. He couldn't believe that there was such a terrifying warrior in the White Tiger mainland. Shouldn't such a warrior exist in the Black Tortoise mainland? It was a pity that no one could answer Xianming's question at that moment. The moment he was sent flying, he could only watch helplessly as his 6 subordinates were killed by the terrifying fairy of the moon. It was so easy and comfortable. It was as charming as a beautiful dance. However, it was also terrifying. No, this isn't the result I wanted. Xianming finally landed on the ground. All the bones in his body were shattered. He didn't have any strength to stand up. The moonlight was still bright and beautiful. However, in many people's eyes, the moonlight was so terrifying because it could kill. It could cause the enemy to fall into a terrifying nightmare and be unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 2066. Supreme Immortal. Where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Lady Benefactor, why must you insist on killing them? When the Moon Maiden stepped through the void and was about to kill Xianming, someone else came. A person dressed as a Taoist priest exuded an incomparably powerful aura, as if he was an immortal from the immortal court. It's really lively today. I didn't expect Taoist one eyebrow of the Jingyi school to come. Is your Jingyi school also going to get involved in this mess? Ling Zhao's pressure was reduced a lot because the Tianhai king had sensed Xianming's failure, so he was preparing to escape and relaxed his attack. That was why he had the chance to observe the person. It was Taoist one eyebrow of the Jingyi school. Behind him were 11 other people. These people were the most powerful existences in the Jingyi school, the 12 spiritual masters. The Jingyi school claimed to be the same as the 12 immortals under the human king in the past, but their strength was inferior. That was why they called themselves the 12 spiritual masters. Taoist one eyebrow was naturally the leader. The other 11 were all rebirth realm powerhouses. This was the true strength of the Jingyi school. They were not weaker than the Black Tortoise Temple, but they could not compare to the forces of the Black Tortoise Continent. Therefore, the Jingyi school had always been hiding their strength and biding their time, watching others fight and slowly absorbing disciples. As a result, the Jingyi school had become a sect that almost all the empires on the White Tiger continent believed in. Originally, if they continued like this, they might really develop into a major sect in the mystic world one day. Unfortunately, Taoist One Eyebrow made a choice that changed him and the Jingyi school. He believed that when the White Tiger continent was in chaos and the Black Tortoise Temple was in decline, it was time for the Jingyi school to stand up. This way, they could clean up the mess and truly control the White Tiger continent in their hands. Because of this, he did not make a move at first. He just looked at the Moon Maiden, hoping that this matter could be resolved peacefully and that she would give him face. Of course, if the Moon Maiden did not agree, he did not mind making a move. The 12 spiritual masters of the Jingyi school were not just in name. They were really strong. Ling Xiao, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You've already killed the Queen of Green Mountains and destroyed the Sea tribe. This grudge is already considered avenged. Why do you insist on killing? Taoist One Eyebrows looked at Ling Xiao and said with a dignified expression, I withdraw. Then you will lead the Zhenyi school to incorporate the White Tiger continent into your sphere of influence. Why am I so stupid? Why are you so smart? Ling Xiao hated sanctimonious people the most. They said one thing and did another. They even had to find a reasonable reason for their dirty ways. So, there's nothing to talk about. Taoist One Eyebrow says indifferently, you should understand that although your woman is powerful, she has no chance of winning against the 12 of us. Ling Xiao frowned. He fell silent. He had no choice but to admit that Taoist Imei's words made sense. The 12 people who had appeared out of nowhere were simply too powerful. The Moon Maiden alone was no match for them. Although Ling Xiao hated such people, he had to consider the safety of Moon Lady and the others. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Taoist Imei and said, I can withdraw, but the Tianhai Sovereign King and his son belong to me. Sure, Taoist One Eyebrow would not fall out with Ling Xiao for the Tianhai Sovereign King. However, he put forward an even harsher condition. I can give you the Tianhai Sovereign King, but Jiuqian Dream and Jiuqian Du must be taken away by our Zhenyi school. I don't want them to deal with us after they recover from their injuries. This old guy was really cunning. He knew very well that once Jiuqian Dream, Jiuqian Du, and Jiuma Sword fully recovered, together with the Moon Maiden, they would definitely pose a great threat to the Zhenyi school. Therefore, he wanted to keep Jiuqian Dream and Jiuqian Du. That's impossible. Ling Xiao refused. You know very well that they are my friends. If you want me, Ling Xiao, to abandon my friends, you will have to kill me. I've already given you the White Tiger continent. Are you still not satisfied? Hee, immortal Wuliang. This poor Taoist only believes in himself. I won't believe the casual promises of others. Taoist One Eyebrow chuckles. If it doesn't work, then we can only start a massacre. Ha 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 ha. Has the fox finally revealed its tail? Let us return to the Dragon Phoenix continent safely? I think you actually want to kill all of us in your heart, right? Because of our existence, you can't sleep and eat. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. No one could escape the analysis and prying of his Taiji eye. Taoist One Eyebrow's eyes betrayed him. This old thing was just taking a stalling tactic. First, he would control Jiuqian Dream and Jiuqian Du, and then unite the other experts of the White Tiger continent to hunt down Ling Xiao and the others until the Dragon Phoenix continent was also included in the forces of the Zhenyi school. What a pity! Taoist One Eyebrow suddenly shook his head. What's a pity? Is it a pity that I saw through your scheme? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. It's a pity that the people of the Dragon Phoenix continent and the White Tiger continent could have been spared from suffering, but now it seems that it's unavoidable. Taoist One Eyebrow sighed. Oxnose, don't be a hypocrite. If you really want to avoid suffering, it's fine. Now, your Zhenyi school will withdraw from this dispute. I, Ling Xiao, can guarantee that the civilians of the White Tiger continent will not be harmed. As long as they don't attack the soldiers of my heavenly empire, I can treat them as my people. Ling Xiao knew that Taoist One Eyebrow would not agree. He said this just to mock and ridicule the other party. A sanctimonious old Taoist One Eyebrow. Everything he said seemed righteous, but in fact, he was a hypocrite. Attack! Let's kill that woman together. Taoist One Eyebrow suddenly stopped talking to Ling Xiao because he felt that no matter what he said, Ling Xiao seemed to be able to guess his true intentions. So he planned to attack directly. As long as he killed the Moon Lady, Ling Xiao's side would definitely collapse. I should have done this long ago. Among the 12 spiritual masters, there were also people with fiery tempers who had long planned to attack. After holding it in for a long time, their auras suddenly erupted and reached the level of the mysterious underworld realm. Among the 12 people, 6 had reached the level of the mysterious underworld realm, 2 had reached the level of the ninth heaven dream, and the rest were at the level of the Tianhai Sovereign King. They were all rebirth realm experts, and they wanted to join forces to deal with the Moon Lady. Unlike the random attacks of the people of the Black Tortoise Temple, when the 12 people of the Genie School attacked, they instantly formed the Big Dipper sword formation. There was no special limit to the number of people in this sword formation. However, there were at least 7 people, and at most, there could be thousands of people. The sword formation of the Genie School was formed by 12 people, and they were all rebirth realm martial artists, so the power of the sword formation was very terrifying. It was rumored that more than 100,000 years ago, the 12 immortals had also joined forces to form the Big Dipper sword formation to deal with the terrifying demons from the outer space. In that battle, the sword formation erupted with astonishing power and defeated the demons in a sorry state. Chapter 2067. These people are so strong. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. The 12 spiritual masters of the Genie School were already powerful, and together with the sword formation, they became even more terrifying. He was really worried about the Moon Maiden. However, at this time, he was suppressed by the Tianhai King, who was in the rebirth realm. It was already very difficult for him to protect the Liquor Demon Sword and the others, so it was impossible for him to rescue the Moon Maiden. However, he could not accept the conditions proposed by Taoist One Eyebrow. He could give up the White Tiger Continent and hand it over to the Genie School, but he could not abandon his friends. Moreover, Taoist One Eyebrow had the intention to kill all of them to prevent future troubles. No matter what he did, the result would be the same. Unless he had the ability to kill all of them, Taoist One Eyebrow, you have to think carefully. Even if you can win the battle with Sister Moon Maiden, there will definitely be countless casualties. Can you bear this price? Ling Xiao said loudly, "You don't have to worry about that. Moreover, you won't live to see that day, because everyone here today must die. Ling Xiao, you probably don't know, but you've already angered the immortal court. The exalted immortals have ordered us to kill you. We didn't succeed in the Divine Phoenix continent, but today you won't have the chance to escape." Perhaps Taoist One Eyebrow felt that his side had a huge advantage, so he simply told the truth. "I angered the immortal court." Ling Xiao was a little confused. He had never even been to the immortal court. How could he have angered those so-called exalted immortals? "Sorry, I don't know the reason, but your existence seems to have made the exalted immortals of the immortal court very unhappy, so you must die." The Genie School was created by a certain exalted immortal of the immortal court. Even all the martial arts of the Genie School were given to them by that exalted immortal in a dream. Therefore, the Genie School was actually a tool of this exalted immortal. There was no reason for Taoist One Eyebrow not to listen to the decree of the exalted immortal he believed in. "Okay, enough nonsense. Do it. Try to keep this woman alive. I believe the exalted immortals will like her very much." A cold smile slid across Taoist One Eyebrow's dignified face. "Sister Moon Maiden, if you feel like you can't do it, then leave. Just stay alive and avenge us. Don't worry about us." Ling Xiao shouted. The Moon Maiden didn't say anything, but tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Since she had come, how could she abandon Ling Xiao and leave? During the time she disappeared, Ling Xiao came into contact with many outstanding girls, but he had never been tempted by any of them. The only one he liked was her. Just this point alone made the Moon Maiden make up her mind. Even if she were to die in battle today, it was impossible for her to abandon Ling Xiao. It had been more than 100,000 years, and only this cute little fellow was so infatuated with her. She could only repay him with this. The battle finally began in the void. The moonlight in the sky was forcefully torn apart by the dazzling sword chi, and the Moon Lady was completely suppressed. The might of 12 rebirth realm experts working together with the sword formation was simply too terrifying. Only the Moon Maiden was powerful enough to be able to move around these people's sword chi. Although he was being suppressed, he was still uninjured. If it were anyone else, they would have died in battle or been captured alive. The battle continued, and a few bright flowers of blood appeared on the Moon Maiden's body. The other party's attacks were stronger each time. Even though she reacted extremely quickly, she was still injured. However, her expression didn't change at all. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight pierced through the sword formation, and a scream was heard. The weakest among the 12 perfected masters had his heart pierced and died on the spot. However, this group of people was really powerful. After one person died, tragically, the sword formation changed rapidly. The 11 of them were still able to control the Big Dipper sword formation perfectly. Fortunately, this sword formation wouldn't be broken as long as there were no less than 7 people. Sect Master, this woman is too powerful. We have to use our trump card. One of the perfected masters from the Zhengyi school shouted. They had only injured the Moon Lady, but the Moon Lady had killed one of them. The price was too great. Okay, the 10 of you preside over the sword formation. I'll wait for an opportunity to attack. Taoist, one eyebrows nodded, and then left the sword formation. Then he stood there quietly and watched. It was as if he was waiting for the Moon Maiden to make a mistake. However, a cold smile flashed across the Moon Maiden's face. Taoist, one eyebrows, who had left the sword formation, was no match for her. In that instant, the bright moon in the sky fused into her body. Her body released cold and dazzling moonlight. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a bright moon, looking so transparent and sparkling. Big Sister Moon Maiden. Ling Xiao had a very bad feeling. He was afraid that a huge change would happen. In the past, the Moon Maiden had never undergone such a change. Today, she actually chose to fuse with her martial soul. She turned into a holy bright moon. In that instant, the expressions of the 11 perfected masters, including Taoist one eyebrows, changed drastically. They could feel the terrifying energy contained in the body of the bright moon. At this moment, Taoist one eyebrows even planned to give up. Stop! Surrender! We surrender! Taoist one eyebrows roared hysterically. He was really afraid. The stronger he was, the more he could feel the terror of the Moon Maiden. It's too late. When I turned into a bright moon, you already had no chance. The light on the Moon Maiden's body became brighter and brighter. It was as resplendent as the sun in the daytime, but its color was incomparably cold. It made all the enemies feel a coldness and terror that they had never felt before. It's rumored that only cultivators from the era of the human monarch are still alive on the heavenly dragon continent. I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. Is she the child of the bright moon by the moonlight fairy's side? Why is she still alive after so many years? And why is she still so peerless in Fanghua? Taoist one eyebrows could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw the Moon Maiden transform into the child of the bright moon, he naturally thought of this legend. This legend was once well known, but was only treated as a story. Kill! The Moon Maiden spat out a cold voice. In that instant, her figure completely exploded. The moonlight seemed to materialize and shot towards the Big Dipper sword formation and Taoist one eyebrows. The bright moon hung in the sky, illuminating the earth. The child of the bright moon was born from the bright moon. Although she had a gentle temperament, She was skilled in killing. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Taoist One Eyebrows roared in horror. Unfortunately, it was too late. The 10 people of the Big Dipper sword formation were all killed the moment they came into contact with the terrifying moonlight. Taoist One Eyebrows was blasted several hundred meters away by the moonlight. He only had the strength to struggle at death's door. Ha 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 ha, that's great. How lucky. I was originally worried that something would happen to my mystic snake demon sex disciples. So I specially came to take a look. I didn't expect to see the child of the bright moon. Chapter 2068. A figure directly tore through the void and walked down. A terrifying demonic aura instantly enveloped the sky and the moon, turning the entire space into a demonic domain. Oppressed by this demonic aura, many people were frightened, as if they wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground and worship this person. Son of the bright moon, born from the immemorial moon, innately possesses the terrifying power of the moon. I thought that this existence had already gone extinct with the disappearance of the human king in the immemorial era. Who would have thought that it would appear on this insignificant white tiger continent? The mysterious snake sect expert spoke as he walked towards the moon lady. Terrifying demonic aura continuously bombarded the moon lady, turning into a boundless black snake. He was truly too powerful. Facing this person, the moon lady actually couldn't release her power. The holy moonlight was continuously compressed and finally completely merged into the moon lady's body. Collect! The mystic snake sect expert raised his hand and took out a strange moon-shaped pendant. The moon lady turned into light and merged into the pendant. Trapped within, she could no longer struggle free. Master, you've come? Tyranny Tianhai was being suppressed by Long Chun and was currently in a very difficult situation. Seeing the person who had come, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and shouted excitedly, "Trash, I originally liked you a little and thought that you were a promising talent. Who would have thought that you would be so useless? If you can't kill him, don't return to the mysterious snake sect." The expert in the sky hung the pendant around his neck and then looked coldly at Tyranny Tianhai. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely kill him." Definitely. Tyranny Tianhai didn't believe that he couldn't even kill Long Chun. If he couldn't kill Long Chun, he really wasn't worthy of such a powerful master. Son of the bright moon, I heard that as long as one consumes your light, they will become immortal. This is too tempting for a martial artist. The mysterious snake sect expert no longer paid attention to Tyranny Tianhai. Instead, he touched the pendant around his neck and smiled. "Don't worry, your power has been absorbed by me. That is your glory. After returning, I will think of a way to properly take care of you." The moonlight in the pendant struggled with all its might, constantly hitting the pendant's barrier. The pendant seemed to have cracked. "You're really stubborn. I've already enjoyed you. What's wrong with that? Why must you come out?" The expert from the mystic snake demon sect sneered. Terrifying black chi seeped into the pendant, trying to trap the moonlight. "Stop it!" A loud roar came from the ground. Then an eerie demonic aura shot up into the sky. A heavenly demon, war god, stood there, his silver eyes filled with killing intent. Then a sword light pierced out at an astonishing speed. "Ignorant brat, you think you can pierce through my defense?" The experts from the mystic snake sect looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. The fact that a life-sizer would actually dare to make a move against him left Yang Qi in awe. Ling Xiao's silver pupils were devoid of any emotion, and the expression on his face did not change. Something's wrong. The powerhouses from the mystic snake demon sect were horrified to discover that Ling Xiao's sword was so sharp that it contained a murderous aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It pierced through his defensive vital energy and severed the pendant's chain. A shadowy figure grabbed the pendant and handed it over to Ling Xiao. Bastard, how dare you make a fool of me? This expert from the mystic snake demon sect was far stronger than Ling Xiao, and yet never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that he would lose his precious pendant to Ling Xiao. Enraged, he summoned his terrifying, baleful, devilish energy, transforming it into an 8-headed serpent that shot toward Ling Xiao. Human King Cauldron, stop him! The Human King Cauldron flew out of Ling Xiao's body and shot toward the mystic snake demon sect expert. The terrifying 8-headed serpent was instantly suppressed and couldn't move. This isn't that the Human King Cauldron in the myriad lightning's extreme ground. How could it be in your hands? The mystic snake demon sect expert resisted with all his might to be able to hold his own against the Human King Cauldron, but it was impossible for him to repel it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough to unleash the true power of the Human King Cauldron. Otherwise, the mystic snake demon sect expert would have been instantly killed by the Human King Cauldron. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to the mystic snake devil sect expert's roar. He gently stroked the pendant in his hand and sucked out the baleful devilish energy from it. The moonlight stopped struggling and lay quietly inside, as if she had recognized Ling Xiao. Why, Sister Moon Maiden? You didn't have to do this. Ling Xiao was distressed. Rumor had it that the bright Moon Maiden had taken 10 reincarnations to transform into her human form. And now, the Moon Maiden was willing to return to her moon form for him and his friends. To transform back into her human form, she had to go through 10 reincarnations and go through untold hardships. Why are you so good to me? I'm not worth it at all. Ling Xiao's tears rolled down from his eyes drop by drop. At this moment, other than sadness, there was only sadness. He wished he could replace the Moon Maiden. His path of martial arts had always been fraught with danger. Therefore, it was normal for him to encounter danger. Even if he died in battle or was captured alive, he wouldn't regret it because this was the path he had chosen. Whether he succeeded or failed, he wouldn't regret it. Even in the face of death, he could remain calm. However, he couldn't accept that the Moon Maiden had degenerated because of him. You shouldn't have come back. You really shouldn't have come back. If I, Ling Xiao, die here today, that's my fate. It means that this is the end for me. Why did you come back? He roared in grief and indignation. My cute little man, don't cry. The Moon Maiden's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Her voice was still as gentle and loving as before. Sister Moon Maiden. Ling Xiao wiped his tears and looked at the pendant in his hand excitedly. He didn't know why, but since the Moon Maiden was still conscious, it meant that the situation hadn't reached its worst yet. Silly, I'm not dead yet. There's no need to cry so sadly. The voice sounded again. Even if I die, I'll be satisfied for you. After more than 100,000 years of loneliness, I've long forgotten what love is, what joy is, and what life is. Why do I live? Why am I born? I can't find my goal anymore. I've been holed up in the Yuehua school all day like a dried-up zombie. Until you appeared, everything changed. In the midst of my gray life, there was a special kind of color. You're really funny. You're not afraid of death. You actually said you liked me and wanted to marry me? At that time, I only thought you were a child who was still wet behind the ears. I only said it casually and forgot about it very quickly. However, I didn't expect that you weren't just saying it. You fulfilled the conditions I set. You dared to fight an enemy who was several times stronger than you for me. Chapter 2069. The Moon Lady's voice reverberated in Ling Xiao's mind. I thought that you would forget about this old woman who doesn't know how to smile and pull a long face after entering this colorful world and seeing so many beautiful young ladies. However, I was wrong. You didn't. You have always loved me and used your own way to explain your tender but precious feelings. I am content. After more than 100,000 years, my life has been rich and colorful. Even if I die now, I will have no regrets. Say no more. Since you know how much I like you, don't die, no matter what you become. I will help you recover. Ling Xiao shouted. I have to experience 10 reincarnation cycles before I can finally take human form. During this period, I will become very weak. Are you really willing to protect me? The Moon Lady asked with a smile. Nonsense. If I don't protect my woman, who will? 10 reincarnation cycles? I will follow you through 10 reincarnation cycles. Ling Xiao said loudly. You really didn't misjudge him. The Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. These words were directed at Ling Xiao. Master, what do you mean by this? Ling Xiao didn't understand. The Yuan Venerate sighed. She originally wanted me to keep this a secret for you. However, I have to say it today. Do you know that you almost went berserk because of a mishap in your cultivation? It was really dangerous at the time. If you hadn't been treated in time, you might have lost your most precious martial soul, and your cultivation would have been crippled. Although you wouldn't have died, you would have been no different from a cripple. For your sake, she bestowed her precious bright moon essence to you. This allowed you to avoid the danger of qi deviation, and at the same time allowed your cultivation speed to greatly increase. However, she lost her precious bright moon essence and needed several years to fully recover. Otherwise, given her cultivation speed, how could that trash from the mysterious snake demon sect be a match for her? Why are you so foolish? Ling Zhao's voice became cold and terrifying. He clenched the pendant tightly and carefully placed it in his pocket before looking at the powerhouse from the mysterious snake demon sect in the sky. His eyes became even colder. His aura became even colder. The heavenly devil incarnation was actually shrinking from the originally 10 meters tall heavenly devil war god. Slowly, it became the size of a normal person. However, not only did the demonic qi on Ling Zhao's body not weaken, it became even more terrifying and gloomy. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but shudder, thinking that the end of the world was coming. Panic spread among the people, especially Ling Zhao's enemies. This guy is about to turn into a demon. The expert from the Mystic Snake sect frowned. In the past, although Ling Xiao was also proficient in demonic qi and knew how to use the heavenly demon incarnation, he only used the demon as a tool to prevent the demon from infecting his soul. However, from the moment Ling Xiao learned of Meng Tong and Xion's deaths, the demon in Ling Zhao's body had gradually awakened. The seed of a demon began to sprout. The reason why he was able to destroy the Sea Tribe was because of the demon in his heart. Now, facing the tragedy of the Moon Lady being beaten back to her original form, the demon in Ling Zhao's heart became even stronger. But Ling Xiao didn't care. The Moon Lady was willing to be beaten back to her original form for him, willing to undergo 10 reincarnations for him. Why couldn't he turn into a demon for the Moon Lady? The dark seal on his forehead began to slowly open. Terrifying demonic qi seeped out and enveloped Ling Zhao's entire body. At this moment, even his own people couldn't help but tremble in fear when they saw Ling Xiao. Too terrifying. That sort of bone-chilling evil made it impossible to look straight at him. But the Moon Lady was the only one in the pendant, sticking close to Ling Xiao. She could feel the warmth in Ling Zhao's heart. Tian High Sovereign King, what are you waiting for? Kill him. The expert from the Mystic Snake sect suddenly felt an intense unease, as if something terrifying was about to happen. He shouted at the Tian High Sovereign King. The Tian High Sovereign King did not dare to disobey his orders. Moreover, this sovereign king had also sensed Ling Zhao's rising aura. This aura made him very uncomfortable. He charged at Ling Xiao, the powerful aura of a rebirth realm martial artist completely erupting. Once again, he slammed into the Shield of Earth. At this moment, the Shield of Earth had become pitch black because of being contaminated by demonic chi, emitting traces of the demonic realm's aura. Rumble! A crack appeared on the Shield of Earth. The Tianhai Sovereign King revealed a delighted expression. Ling Xiao, you're dead for sure. This time, let's see what else you have to block me. He guessed that Ling Xiao had used most of his strength to maintain the Human King Cauldron's defenses, so the Shield of Earth had naturally weakened. As long as he could get close to Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao's death was certain. He had never thought that Ling Xiao could be his match. Ling Xiao did not utter a word. Terrifying demonic chi continued to be released from the seal between his brows. It enveloped him and the space around him. The world seemed to be dyed black, a scene of desolation and fear. Ling Xiao was determined to become a devil. Only by becoming a devil could he kill the enemies in front of him, protect his people, and avenge the Moon Ladies, Meng Tong, Xian, and the countless soldiers who had died in battle. In the distance, the sound of iron hooves trampling the earth grew closer and closer. The 300,000 Navy under Qin Zhan's command had already landed. Someone had informed them of what had happened here. Perhaps because of the chaos, the enemy did not notice that Qin Mu, who had just been blasted away, had disappeared. He had been blasted too far away, and had been rescued by Xieli, who was hiding in the dark. Xieli also wanted to help in the battle, but she understood that with her strength, it would be better to call for reinforcements. Qin Zhan's army of 300,000 could definitely deal the greatest blow to the Tianhai Empire. Qin Zhan, lead your army of 300,000 and take down Tianhai City. Can you do it? Ling Xiao ordered Qin Zhan, his cold voice able to freeze the world. Of course I can. Qin Zhan had completely rebelled. Until now, he still hadn't rebelled, unless he was a stubborn idiot. The Tianhai imperial family was on his side, yet they wanted him dead. Ling Xiao was clearly the enemy, yet he wanted to save him. If he still couldn't see this clearly, then his years as a general would have been in vain. Very good, you go first. The Heavenly Empire's army will land soon, and the follow-up troops will help you, so you don't have to worry about being alone. Ling Xiao nodded, his face devoid of emotion, only coldness and ruthlessness. Understood. Qin Luan, take your people and follow me. Yes. Qin Zhan, Qin Luan, and the 1,000 elites of Tianhai City walked into the distance. Halt! The Tianhai Sovereign King, who had been attacking the Shield of Earth, suddenly turned to attack Qin Zhan and the others. He could not allow Qin Zhan to occupy Tianhai City. Once it was occupied, the Tianhai Empire would truly be finished. Even if it wasn't occupied by the Heavenly Empire, it would probably be occupied by another empire. Chapter 2070. The Tianhai King wanted to kill Qin Zhan because he couldn't allow him to lead an army of 300,000 to Tianhai City. But just as he was about to pounce on Qin Zhan, a terrifying devil will seeped into his body, and he couldn't help but shiver. Even his soul felt a terrifying tremor and fear. What's going on? Shocked, he hurriedly circulated his soul power to resist the terrifying devil will. But he didn't turn around. He knew that the devil will came from Ling Xiao, and that Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough to hurt him. Right now, he had to kill Qin Zhan first. Didn't you want to kill me? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the Tianhai King's ear. An unprecedented fear rose in the Tianhai King's heart. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he was really scared. He was actually scared stiff by Ling Xiao. Die, Tianhai King. You don't have the right to own such a vast territory. Boom. The Tianhai King's body exploded in the air, and devil energy surged. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They simply couldn't believe it. How could Ling Xiao have killed the Tianhai king? Even if the Tianhai king had underestimated him, a life-sizer shouldn't have been able to kill a rebirth realm cultivator. Furthermore, the Tianhai king wasn't seriously injured, unlike Paragon Magic Cube, who had been seriously injured by the Nine Heavens Dew. How had he done it? No one had seen how Ling Xiao had killed the Tianhai king. Only Ling Xiao himself knew. He hadn't released much of the devil energy sealed in his forehead because he didn't want to lose his mind. So, with his current strength, he really couldn't kill the Tianhai king. But he needed to intimidate him. So he had the Butterfly Lady act. The Butterfly Lady was also in the rebirth realm and was stronger than the Tianhai king. Unfortunately, she could only act once a day, so she could only be used at the most critical moment. Now that Ling Xiao had decided to become bedeviled, he naturally didn't need the Butterfly Lady's power. Right now, using her strength to kill the Tianhai king was the best choice. Revenge for Meng Tong, revenge for Xian, and also to take revenge for the countless soldiers of the Heavenly Dynasty who had been tricked. Ling Xiao wrapped the Butterfly Lady's attack with devil chi, so it looked like he was the one who attacked. This scene stunned everyone at the scene. Looking at the young man who was floating in midair, the black demonic chi rising continuously, many people felt a deep fear in their hearts. How could it be so terrifying? Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, who was currently fighting against Long Chun, was in complete despair. He had assumed that with the help of the Black Snake Devil Sect, and the fact that he had reached the 15th level of life seizing, he would have long since surpassed Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he realized that he was really nothing. Ling Xiao had actually killed his father. That was a rebirth realm expert. The powerhouses of the mysterious snake sect were even more shocked. Ling Xiao really couldn't be allowed to live. They absolutely could not be allowed to live. This guy was too big of a threat. Back then, he had only taken first place in the White Tiger Storm meet. Now, he could even kill a rebirth realm expert. Even in the Black Tortoise continent, there weren't many people with such terrifying talent. There's no need to hide. Come out and kill him. Kill that brat. The mysterious snake sect powerhouse roared. As his voice rang out, the sky in the distance tore open, and several figures appeared. There were 4 people in total, all of them rebirth realm experts of the mysterious snake sect. However, they weren't as strong as the one who had attacked first. These 4 had been hiding in the dark, ready to provide support at any time. After all, the mysterious snake sect was a sect from the Black Tortoise continent. If they did something like this in the White Tiger continent, the other sects from the Black Tortoise continent wouldn't just stand by and watch. These 4 were in charge of keeping watch. However, at this moment, the mysterious snake sect powerhouse sensed that Ling Xiao was a terrifying threat, so he ordered these 4 to come out and kill Ling Xiao. Enough! How dare a sect from the Black Tortoise continent commit crimes in the White Tiger continent? Who gave you the guts? At this moment, more people came from afar. Even Ling Xiao was a little surprised by the people who came this time. Brother Ling, I'm here. It was Fan Ruahai. Not only him, but also the 3 rebirth realm experts behind him. I'm here too. Another group of people rushed over. It was Ji Qing. Although he was alone, his rebirth realm cultivation gave him the qualifications to interfere in today's matter. Ling Xiao looked at Fan Ruahai and Ji Qing. There was some emotion in his originally cold gaze. It didn't matter what Ji Qing and the Fan family's intentions were. At this juncture, their arrival was a sign of their support for him, a sign of their loyalty. Ling Xiao thanked them. One had to know that coming at this time meant that they might be killed. Many thanks to the 2 of you. Ling Xiao wanted to express his gratitude, but the demonic aura made him extremely cold. Even his words of thanks were a little cold. What's there to thank? You've saved me more than once. Moreover, our Fan family helping you is also beneficial to us. There's nothing to say. Fan Ruahai smiled. That's right. My daughter has also been saved by you many times. Moreover, thanks to you, she was able to join the Nine Heavens Palace. How can I, Ji Qing, ignore your matters? Ji Qing also said, moreover, you Ling Xiao are a top member of our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. If even you can't be protected, how can our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company do business? How can we make others believe in our strength? As they spoke, another 3 figures appeared. They were all rebirth realm experts of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. In today's battle, it was very difficult for cultivators below the rebirth realm to interfere, so Ji Qing and Fan Ruahai didn't bring them. They only brought rebirth realm experts. I'm sorry, Brother Fan. I killed the Emperor of the Heavenly Sea Empire, causing you to lose the chance to take revenge. Ling Xiao looked at Fan Ruahai and said, Ha ha ha, what are you saying? The Emperor of the Heavenly Sea Empire is dead, and so many people of the Heavenly Sea Empire's imperial family are dead. Isn't it easy for me to take revenge? Fan Ruahai laughed. Good brother. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, looked at the expert of the Mystic Snake Demon Sect, and said, the strength of the Black Tortoise Continent's cultivators should be greatly reduced after coming to the White Tiger Continent. I will make you regret coming here. You won't be able to display your full strength, and then die here. While Ling Xiao was speaking, Qin Zhan had already met up with his army and then directly charged towards the direction of the Heavenly Sea City. Along the way, the Heavenly Sea Empire's army that tried to stop them were all annihilated. Qin Zhan used this kind of slaughter to vent the dissatisfaction and protest in his heart. He was cautious and conscientious, loyal and devoted for dozens of years, but in the end, all he got in return was the tragic death of his entire family. He planned to kill every one of the imperial family, not leaving a single one alive. Just as his army was advancing, the Heavenly Dynasty's army had also landed. Chapter 2071. In the sky, airships were densely packed. On the ground, the combat golems marched forward. To the Tianhai Empire, this was truly a disaster. Their king was dead, and their crown prince was entangled. They had set a trap for Ling Xiao, but in the end, they had suffered heavy losses. After entering the Sky Sea Empire, the Celestial Empire's army split into 3 groups. The first group continued forward, planning to meet up with Qin Zhan's army as soon as possible. The second group attacked the Silver Fox Empire. The third group attacked the White Tiger Empire. The Tiger King, the Queen of Green Hill, and the Sky Sea King had all died. When they left, they took the heads of these 3 people with them. They wanted to use these heads to intimidate the armies of the 3 empires. Now that the 3 empires no longer had rebirth realm experts, the Life Seizers were the backbone of their forces. The martial artists of Nine Heavens Palace had already met up with the 3 armies, and the Life Seizers would be dealt with by them. As for the number of troops, that was even less of a concern. After Ling Xiao unified the Dragon Phoenix continent, his army was made up of martial artists from the Sacred Dynasty, the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Black Crow Empire, and hundreds of subordinate countries. Purely in terms of numbers, it was much more than the 3 empires combined. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about that. What he needed to do now was to deal with the matter at hand. If he couldn't destroy the Black Snake sect, then no matter how many troops he had, it would be meaningless. In the end, he would still suffer a crushing defeat. Go! The leader of the Mystic Snake Devil Sect experts ordered. 4 rebirth realm martial artists clashed with the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, and the Fan Clan's Rebirth Realm martial artists. Terrifying shockwaves exploded in the air. A battle between Rebirth Realm martial artists was still as thrilling as ever. At this moment, the angriest and most depressed person was probably Heavenly Sea Tyranny. He had set up the 5-poison absolute death array in an attempt to ruin Ling Xiao's plan. He wanted Ling Xiao to die in Sea-Watch City. But reality had given him a hard slap. The depressed one wasn't Ling Xiao, but him. Right now, he wanted to kill Long Chun as quickly as possible, then find a way to escape. Where there's life, there's hope. However, he was being suppressed by Long Chun, and his body was already injured in many places. He simply could not believe that he would be suppressed by Ling Xiao's underlings like this. He became more and more depressed and anxious. Ling Xiao looked at the Mystic Snake sect experts in the sky and focused on controlling the human king cauldron. The human emperor cauldron was the only thing he could rely on at the moment. He didn't want to be completely devoured by the demonic qi, so he wanted to release it slowly and then control it bit by bit. The human king cauldron was used to stall for time. It was only a matter of time before the Mystic Snake Devil Sex experts repelled the human king cauldron. After all, a magic treasure was just a magic treasure. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't be compared to a real martial artist. What's more, Ling Xiao was still unable to unleash the full power of this magic treasure. In the void, a pair of eyes coldly looked over, and a cold smile appeared on his face. If Ling Xiao could see this person, he would definitely be able to recognize this person. He was none other than His Highness from the Black Tortoise Temple. The Black Tortoise Temple's people died in battle, but he didn't make a move. When righteous sex people were defeated by the Moon Lady, he didn't make a move. Even the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and the Fan family's people were attracted by him. Why? Of course, it was to make the situation even more chaotic. He would only be happy if these people died. He also wanted Ling Xiao to die, but as an ambitious person, he was calm enough. Help His Highness the Crown Prince and the Pope destroy those guys. Vice Pope Chen had been watching the situation from the side. Although he was injured, his injuries were relatively light. He saw Qin Zhan and the others leave, and then saw Heavenly Sea Tyranny and Ling Xian fall into a stalemate, and even at a disadvantage. His thoughts turned. He still had so many demon crocodile guards and heavenly demon cult members on his side. If he didn't use it now, then when? Yes, hundreds of demon crocodile guards and heavenly demon cult martial artists moved. They couldn't deal with Rebirth Realm martial artists. Even if they were injured, they couldn't deal with them. But to Long Chun, Cold Plum, Ji Luiyu, Feng Minglian, and the others, they were a threat. However, the moment they moved, it meant that they couldn't escape death. A cold and terrifying aura fell from the sky. Black and purple flames suddenly ignited on the ground. They looked up at the sky in horror. Above Ling Xiao's head, a huge eye that looked like flames floated there. Burning Heaven Eye, Hell Dragon Fire. The purple-black Hell Dragon Fire instantly swallowed all of the demon crocodile guards and heavenly demon cult members. The terrifying flames began to burn. Mournful screams rose and fell. These screams made the hearts of those who hadn't died tremble. Vice Pope Chen watched this scene in horror, his body constantly retreating. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? With just a glance, everyone was burned to death, except for him. Except for him, who hadn't participated in the attack, so he survived. Everyone else had died, and in such a miserable manner. Vice Pope Chen's entire body trembled like a sieve. He thought that he was the vice pope of the heavenly demon cult, that he didn't fear demonic energy. But today, he discovered that he was wrong, and very wrong at that. Ling Xiao was a true demon, a true monster. a monster that could make him completely collapse. You can go die too. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Vice Pope Chen. Although this person was working for Heavenly Sea Tyranny, he had laid down the 5-poison absolute kill array and killed hundreds of thousands of Sea-Watch City citizens. Let alone dying once. Even dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. The huge eye in the sky looked at Vice Pope Chen. In that instant, purple-black flames ignited on Vice Pope Chen's body, but they didn't immediately kill him. If he was killed in an instant, that would be letting him off too easily. Ling Xiao wanted him to understand that he had to pay a price for everything he did. Vice Pope Chen frantically rolled on the ground, screaming, but no one could save him. His life was completely in Ling Xiao's hands. He could only watch as his body was swallowed by the flames bit by bit, enduring the most painful torture. He was burned alive in purgatory. And you, Ling Xiao walked towards Righteous Sect Master, Taoist, One Eyebrow. If not for this guy, Moon Lady wouldn't have been so easily beaten back to her original form, and the mysterious snake sex experts wouldn't have been able to mount a sneak attack. Taoist, One Eyebrow leaned against a tree, his entire body covered in blood. He was almost unable to move. At this moment, Ling Xiao walked towards him, his eyes filled with fear. Taoist One Eyebrow, you didn't have to die, and you could have controlled the entire White Tiger continent. But you made a mistake. When I wanted to withdraw, you didn't agree, and you wanted to use my friend's life to threaten me. Now, you can regret it in endless pain. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and black flames ignited on Taoist One Eyebrow's body. Chapter 2072. Ha ha! Ling Xiao, this poor Taoist admits that he lost today, but you can't kill this poor Taoist. Taoist One Eyebrows laughed. This poor Taoist is the representative chosen by the Heavenly Court Continent's exalted immortals. My body is protected by the exalted immortals' immortal power. No matter how much you hate me, you can't kill me. Are you depressed? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Taoist One Eyebrows, the corners of his mouth raised in a mocking smile. I can even devour the heavenly mandate divine light. Do you really think I can't deal with a mere exalted immortal's immortal power? At that moment, a huge beast crawled out from behind Ling Xiao. The Taotai let out a soul-stirring roar and swallowed Taoist One Eyebrows alive. The Taotai can even devour the star world. Who do you think you are? Even if my Taotai martial soul hasn't matured yet, it's enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. Taoist One Eyebrows found himself in a pitch-black and vast universe. He was horrified to find that in this universe, the immortal power in his body actually began to fear him. What is this place? He yelled loudly. His body gradually melted. I'll let you die, with understanding. Hasn't your Jingyi school been looking for the possessor of the mountain and river martial soul? I can tell you now, I've already obtained the mountain and river martial soul. Ling Xiao's voice became the last thing Taoist One Eyebrows heard in this world. His body was crushed, and finally turned into cosmic dust. His power completely merged with the universe. The tyrant martial soul seemed to have grown a little and become even more powerful, while Ling Xiao was dealing with Taoist One Eyebrows. In the sky, the battle between the experts of the Mystic Snake Demon Sect, Ji Qing, and the Fan family had already entered a white-hot stage. Terrifying rumbling sounds constantly collided and exploded in the void. There were elements of destruction everywhere. Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, do you really want to become enemies with my Mystic Snake Demon Sect? Don't forget, you've always wanted to open a branch in the western region of the Black Tortoise Continent, but we rejected it. If you can give up on becoming enemies with us this time, our Mystic Snake Demon Sect can let your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company open a branch there. The leader of the mystic snake sex experts was extremely anxious. He couldn't deal with the human king cauldron in such a short time. Seeing Ling Xiao kill the heavily injured Taoist One Eyebrow, he became even more anxious. Although this fellow Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't high enough, he had too many crooked methods. As long as he was given the chance, he could even kill a rebirth realm cultivator. Therefore, he had to be careful. Humph, don't try to bewitch people here. Not to mention that I, Ji Qing, have a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Even if there wasn't any relationship, if I had to choose between you and Ling Xiao, I would naturally still choose him. Your mystic snake devil sect has offended this little ancestor. Sooner or later, you'll be finished. Our heavenly dragon trading company doesn't want to die with you. Ji Qing coldly snorted. What about your fan family? Don't tell me you want me to accompany Ling Xiao in his burial? The leader of the Mystic Snake Devil Sect roared. Even if you kill all of us here today, you've offended the Mystic Snake Devil Sect. Do you think your fan family still has a way out? Take care of your own matters first. You can't even protect yourself, yet you still want to instigate our fan family? Fan Ruahai sneered. You idiots of the Mystic Snake Devil Sect really don't have any foresight. You actually chose that idiot Tianhai tyranny. Although his talent isn't bad compared to Ling Xiao, he's worlds apart. If you offend Ling Xiao because of him, your entire Mystic Snake Devil Sect will be implicated. Good. Very good. Are you all willing to accompany that Ling Xiao to his death? Kill them. Don't hold back. The leader of the Mystic Snake Devil Sect experts failed to sow discord. Helpless, he could only focus on dealing with the human king cauldron, hoping to destroy it as soon as possible so that he could participate in the battle. His battle strength was the strongest among them. As long as he was here, eliminating Ling Xiao's group would be as easy as flipping his hand. He obviously knew that Ling Xiao's talent and potential were greater than Tianhai tyranny's, but Ling Xiao wasn't one of his people. Tianhai tyranny was a core disciple of the Mystic Snake Devil Sect. He had to support Tianhai tyranny, even if it meant becoming an enemy of Ling Xiao. What's more, if they couldn't recruit someone like Ling Xiao with the Mystic Snake Devil Sect style, they would naturally kill him. Otherwise, he would become a great enemy in the future. Kill, kill. It's best if we all die together. That way, the White Tiger Continent will be mine. His Highness's eyes were filled with madness and excitement. Today's chaos was most likely related to him. Whether it was Ling Xiao or the Mystic Snake Devil Sect, it was best if they all died. That would be the most beneficial to him. At this moment, Ling Xiao closed his eyes, refining the immortal energy in Taoist One Eyebrow's body. It had to be said that this immortal energy was truly powerful. It was still stubbornly resisting the constant bombardment of his tyrannical universe. But how could he be stumped by this mere immortal energy? Kill. Suddenly, a black sword aura rose from the ground, piercing the arm of a rebirth realm expert from the Mystic Snake Devil Sect. That Mystic Snake Devil Sect expert didn't have time to react. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, blasting him to the ground. In the end, his head was cut off by the black sword aura. It turned out that after a round of treatment, 9 Heavens Dream, 9 Heavens Dew, and Liquor Demon's sword had recovered. The reason why they could recover so quickly was simple. Ling Xiao's healing pills were simply too useful. In addition, Ling Xiao had created the best conditions for them to recover, together with the miraculous effects of the Holy Monarch Eye. It was only natural that he would do so. The moment they recovered, they worked together to kill a rebirth realm expert from the Mystic Snake Devil Sect. However, when they tried to deal with the others, a terrifying spatial vibration sounded. Everyone looked up at the sky. Of course, it's the people who came to kill Ling Xiao. The voice was crisp and clear. It clearly sounded like a woman's voice. Nine Heaven's Dream recognized their attire. They were the Linglong envoys from the Linglong Palace. Oh no, the Linglong Palace has joined the battle too. They'd thought that after the Liquor Demon Sword, Nine Heaven's Dream, and Nine Heaven's Dew had recovered, they'd be able to quickly finish off the Mystic Snake Devil Sect and obtain complete victory. Who knew that the Linglong Palace would suddenly attack? This was going to be a little troublesome. The Mystic Snake Devil Sect and the Linglong Palace weren't something they could deal with. Fan Family and Sky Dragon Trading Company, get lost. The Linglong Palace doesn't want to be enemies with businessmen like you. Don't choose the wrong path. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. The Linglong envoys from the Linglong Palace were extremely arrogant after they appeared. They were even more arrogant than the Mystic Snake Devil Sect. Chapter 2073. Eldest Young Master, let's go. It's not worth offending both Mysterious Snake Sect and Linglong Palace for Ling Xiao. The appearance of Linglong Palace's experts made the Fan Family's experts fearful. They began to doubt whether Ling Xiao could really survive. If Ling Xiao was destined to die, why would they help Ling Xiao fight? They were different from Fan Ruohai. They only helped Ling Xiao for the sake of benefits. They couldn't sacrifice everything for someone who was destined to die. That didn't make sense. If you want to scram, then scram. A bunch of cowards. Fan Ruohai, will never abandon my brothers. Even if I die in battle, I won't regret it. Fan Ruohai used to be someone who was good at using others, but Ling Xiao changed him. No, it could be said that Fan Ruohai only changed for Ling Xiao. In his eyes, everyone else was still someone he could use. Forget it. If eldest young master doesn't leave, how can we abandon him? I hope eldest young master made the right bet. The Fan family could choose not to fight for Ling Xiao, but they couldn't let Fan Ruohai die. Fan Ruohai was the hope of the Fan family. With Fan Ruohai, the Fan family could rise again. Even if they died, Fan Ruohai couldn't die. I didn't expect the Fan family's kid to have such backbone. Then let's fight together. Even if you die, don't regret it. Ji Qing laughed loudly and said, Ling Xiao, you listen up. You absolutely can't die. If I die in battle, my daughter will be handed to you. What a bunch of idiots. What do you think, mysterious snake sex people? Do you want to work together? Linglong Palace's expert looked at the mysterious snake sex expert leader and asked, Of course. The mysterious snake sect had only sent 5 people this time. They were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. He didn't ask for too much. As long as he could protect Heavenly Ocean tyranny and kill Ling Xiao, that would be enough. Good. Great minds think alike. Linglong Palace sent 10 people, all of them Rebirth Realm experts. Their numbers and overall strength were about the same as Zhengyi School's 12 spiritual masters. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't have a moon lady with him this time. The remaining people were no match for Linglong Palace and Black Snake Demon Sect. Even if they fought to the death, they would still die. It could even be said that if nothing else happened, all of Ling Xiao's men would die. However, even then, these Rebirth Realm experts didn't choose to abandon Ling Xiao, even though they were clearly aware that they would die. The Demon Wine Sword, 9 Heaven's Dream, 9 Heaven's Dew, Ji Qing, as well as several experts from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and the Fan family. They all stayed behind. Although the reasons were different, it was directly related to what Ling Xiao had done in the past. Ling Xiao had many enemies, but at the same time, he also had many friends. It could be said that there were as many people who loved him as there were people who hated him. He had always been a person who made a clear distinction between love and hate and did things his own way. He was half immortal and half devil, Brother Fan, take your people and leave. Go back and take charge of the situation. My heavenly empire needs the support of your Fan family. Senior Ji Qing, take Luoyu and leave first. If there's nothing else in the future, send her to Nine Heaven Palace. Our army supplies can't be lacking the support of your heavenly dragon trading company. Ling Zhao's sudden words were incomprehensible to everyone. They were clearly at a disadvantage, but Ling Xiao still wanted these two groups of people to leave. What was he trying to do? In fact, even His Highness in the dark didn't understand the reason. He was very confused. Could it be that Ling Xiao really thought that after entering the demonic state, he could rely on his own strength to fight against so many experts? Too laughable. Too absurd. Why? Fan Ruohai and Ji Qing asked at the same time. Don't ask me why. In short, don't worry, I'm not going to die. I'll remember your kindness in my heart. Ling Xiao felt very helpless. He knew very well that once he completely entered the demonic state, he wouldn't recognize anyone. Perhaps everything here would be destroyed by him. He didn't want to hurt those who were sincerely willing to help him, so the others had to leave. Palace Master, Sister Lu, you should leave too. Take Feng Minglian, Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, Long Chen, and Cold Plum to destroy the Jingyi school. I want to completely destroy this sanctimonious sect. There's also the Heavenly Demon sect. Their nest is on the Demon Mountain. There's also the Nightman clan. Subdue them. If they don't obey, kill them all. With the lesson of the sea race, Ling Zhao's handling of the Nightman clan became very decisive and iron-blooded. If anyone dared to disobey, they would be destroyed to avoid civil strife in the future. Senior Liquor Demon Sword, I want you to protect my senior brother Wu Xiang. He's the emperor of the Heavenly Empire. He absolutely can't die. Ling Xiao continued. He had arranged for all the people who could help him to leave. He didn't leave a single one behind. He clearly intended to fight alone here and solve the rest of the problem by himself. But Long Chen was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Ling Zhao's roar. Leave. Anyone who doesn't leave is someone who doesn't treat me, Ling Xiao, as a friend. I'm going to kill him now so that he won't be sad later. That kid's crazy. He's letting his people leave. Is he going to stay here and die alone? The people of the Ling Long Palace and the Mystic Snake Demon sect were very confused. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. They thought that Ling Xiao was simply crazy. Leave. Liquor Demon. Sword gave Zhou Qianmeng a look. He knew Ling Zhao's personality all too well. If Ling Xiao wanted to do something, no one could stop him. So rather than wasting time here, it was better to leave first and watch from afar to see what Ling Xiao wanted to do. This way, they could complete Ling Zhao's request. They could help Ling Xiao. 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone was smart. The Wine Demon Sword's gaze immediately made everyone understand what he was thinking. Then they turned to leave. You think you can leave? Do you really think we're here to watch the show? Liquor Demon Sword, and the rest wanted to leave, but the people of the Ling Long Palace didn't allow them to. Demonization, Shield of Earth. The pitch-black shield of Earth suddenly appeared between the two sides and rapidly expanded until it covered the entire battlefield, separating the two sides. Leave. Ling Xiao roared at Liquor Demon Sword, and the rest. At this moment, Ling Zhao's body surged with an uncontrollable killing intent. Even he found it hard to control this killing intent. So now, he only wanted his people to leave. No matter what happened next, he didn't care. Even if this place became purgatory, he didn't care. Liquor Demon Sword, and the rest hid a few hundred miles away. Zhou Qianmeng waved his hand, and a screen with lightning appeared in front of everyone. All the changes on the battlefield appeared. On the battlefield, The leader of the Ling Long palace's Ling Long envoy looked coldly at Ling Xiao. However, there was a strange look in his eyes. Ling Xiao, when we came here, the palace master said that as long as you're willing to join the Ling Long palace, we can let bygones be bygones.